to move over just a little bit. Yeah, we got to get. Yeah, just move back.
Hello, everyone.
How about that? Scooch back.
Yeah, actually, back does. That's why I was putting that thing here before.
Yeah.
It gives you a little better picture.
Well, look who showed
Yeah,
up knocking at
thanks,
my
guys.
door. He looks familiar. I think I've known him before.
My tan got better.
But anyhow, so he's been up helping a friend doing some stuff, and I'm not sure how much he's going to be able to say in specific. That's entirely up to him.
I was with a camera crew doing a possible TV show for later next winter sometime. I tried to stay out of the camera as much as I could and just be there for support for a friend of mine that has the mine, and it worked out good. It was 10 days of honest fun. Little strange working around camera crews with equipment, but
they get annoying. Just smack them with
Yeah.
a bucket.
Yeah. But it was a good time.
I'll usually straighten them up. Or
And
knock them
then
down.
the last few days I've been up just getting equipment ready for transport, moving equipment from one mine site to another. So
You can lease some out.
I'm going to lease some equipment out and do what I can do here going forward, because I'm still one permit short of where I want to be. So
Of course.
thanks, everyone.
By the way, David, I have to admit, and is taken off.
Yeah.
You have hit it on the head. 2 thumbs up.
We'll send you the first T-shirt.
Yeah, exactly. But no charge even.
Yeah. No, he gets the first one. I'll pay for the first one even.
But anyhow, so it's nice having Jim back in communications and stuff. And Eve and I went out to the mine again last week, and things were less than smooth. And we had rain, we had a generator breakdown, and we had the hard rock. If it wasn't for the Sierra Blaster, we would have just been stuck. That Hilti, it's a beast.
That made a difference.
But it's not that much of a beast. I really hope I don't have to get out the Bosch. That Bosch jackhammer beats you to death. But it does have twice the energy per blow, or so 50% more per blow, something like that. So sometimes it gets that critical amount, you know.
That's what I said, David. Welcome to mining. It's every day it's something else.
Yeah. When it comes to breaking rock, there's something called I don't know what they call it, but it's critical energy. Okay. If I push you, you don't move, until I push you hard enough, and now you go. Well, same thing. The rock will laugh and laugh and laugh until you hit it hard enough
in the right spot.
Then it'll break.
Fracture it.
And so that if it's marginal on the Hilti, the Bosch can usually break it up reasonably well. The problem is I haven't found a chisel bit for it. I got a maul bit, which is like a diamond point.
Yeah.
And I want a chisel bit, because with a chisel bit, you can direct the energy in a particular direction.
Right. Slope into it.
Never tried a Pyongyar. But it doesn't sound like much fun. Not only will it beat you to death, but you'll die of carbon monoxide too. You know? And make sure you know which way the wind's blowing.
More for the surface.
Yeah. But
Yeah, that's always fun. 80-pound hammers or drills are at a certain point kind of get you.
Back when I was a young whippersnapper, that wasn't too bad. But nowadays, it sucks.
No.
And so anyhow, I'm getting stronger though. I noticed it took the third day before I started feeling exhausted. First trip, it was 2 days. I mean, not first,
1 day.
The trip before it was 2 days before I started feeling exhausted. And the weather has just not been cooperative, because we have found that when that stuff gets damp, it will not feed in the crushers.
Yeah.
The jaw crusher compacts the fines.
Right.
And so it just
packing up. Yeah.
So it just stuffs it. And the impact mill, it's not the impact, it's the feed. It likes to just stick at the feed. I had a little bit of problem with that today, but not too bad. But I mean, it was stuff that shouldn't be stopping out, should just roll through. They just backed it off a little bit. That's another nice thing about having a highly adjustable feeder. Sometimes just
speed
I'm
it
going to
up
go a little slower,
yeah.
and it'll work.
Yeah.
But Eva's, just doing all kinds of experiments. Rock, did you ever get that resin? I'm just curious. We just got some results back from the lab. We've been waiting for like 2 weeks. The guy got a rush job. You pay extra money, he puts you to the front of the line. Imagine that.
Yeah.
We didn't pay extra money, so
yeah.
Guess what?
They reserve that right, don't they?
Yes, they do. And anyhow, that's another thing that happened. Very good, Rock. When we were getting the head frame ready to assemble, it's a lot easier to do with 2 people because it's got 2 fairly big sections. And so one moved and landed on her toe. And tennis shoes are not the best thing. So, and I told her, let me drill it. You know the trick of using a little drill bit to go through the nail.
Yep.
Don't use a drill.
Or a hot needle.
A hot needle will do it. The problem with that is that the heat gets really painful
when you drop
a little
through.
bit. Yeah. And so I found if you got a small, sharp drill bit. Now, I don't know about your drill bit set. My drill bit set, the real small ones are usually pretty sharp because they've never been used.
Right. You never drill little holes. Yeah.
Yep.
Pretty much.
And so just hand drill it through until it relieves the pressure.
Yep. Till it leaks.
I don't know about that, David, but I do know she was still slinging buckets. We got 60 buckets of ore, which means we had to pull 80, 90 buckets off of the hill because we load them light until we get them to the trailer. Then we consolidate.
Yeah.
It's easier
to handle.
I mean, I fill them, and I got to pick them up by hand onto the carriage. At the top, I got to pick them off of the carriage by hand.
Yep.
Then I got to
high line.
Yeah, to hang them on the high line, it's like this. Chink.
Yep.
Well,
Yep. You do that all day, and
then Eva's got to drag them off the high line. So, I mean, we're probably averaging 30, 35 pounds a bucket until they get to the trailer. Then they're up more around 45. And yeah, she is, David. So anyhow, she had a rougher trip than I did, unfortunately. But yeah, I mean, even when I told her to, don't push yourself. She's down there, when waiting for buckets or whatever, she's picking up rocks and extending the width of the road a little bit.
Yeah.
So yeah, she's tough. And then out at the lab, she's been busy. The yesterday, the kiln, of course, we've been having some heating element issues, right? Because we're just abusing it.
Right.
If you take a John Deere and beat it against rock, it breaks.
Right.
If
Everything breaks.
An inexpensive kiln and you start ashing resin in it and stuff, it's hard on it.
Yeah.
Well, anyhow, so she's now learning. I'm a lot better at it because I've been around equipment a long time. Quite often I'll notice that generator isn't cycling. It kicks on, it kicks off, it kicks on. I mean, as the elements do. And if it's just pushing hard constantly, it's like, okay, it's ramping up the temperature.
Well, or there's a draw, something's going on.
Well, it's easier for me to hear it when the big one is off.
Oh, exactly. But anyhow, so the other indication is you have a set temperature display and an actual temperature display. Mm-hmm. One tells you what the computer wants it to be, and the other one tells you what it is. Well, when it's ramping up, the actual is trailing. Okay. When it gets to a temperature, it'll typically, the actual will be cycling just below the set.
Yeah.
When the computer brings it up and then kicks the element out when it gets close to the set. And so it's cycling. Oh, if you're going to 1900 degrees, it's probably cycling between 1880 and 1860 at first. Once the kiln heats up inside, then it'll get up where it's actually at 1900. But again, this is just the normal thing. But if your set temperature is higher than the actual temperature and your actual temperature is dropping, that means the heating element isn't on. And it's supposed to be on. And so, hey, Tommy, hide your wives. Why? We don't want them to throw up when they see you.
Ouch.
But anyhow, so she's looking at it and she goes, I think it's gone again. And I look over there and it has a fan on it, and it's to cool the integrated circuits and stuff. And it's got lights on the fan. I'm not sure why they build them like that, but it doesn't. They're flickering. And that's something we've seen
Just
before.
Low voltage or something.
I don't know. When the element is broken, it'll be sparking or whatever, and it'll do the same thing. So I look in there and it's like, no sparking. Now, this is not recommended by the manufacturer or OSHA, I'm sure. But if you put on a welding glove and grab your metal tongs and grab the element, start shaking it around a little bit, you'll very quickly find out where
the arcing is.
the break is. Exactly. Look for the sparks.
Yeah, probably not recommended.
I couldn't find the sparks. What the heck? So I got, finally found out where it was broken, touched the engines together. They kind of welded together a little bit. And that's not unusual. And quite often you can get them to weld up.
Oh, yeah.
But it was glowing a little bit there, and the other element wouldn't heat up. And I'm like, what the heck? So I'm cursing and complaining about this and everything. And Eva goes outside. She was done using the other generator, shuts it off. And I'm listening, I'm going, that generator isn't running the speed it's supposed to.
Yeah.
And so that same governor spring mount had messed up, did up on the mountain. And then I go over there and look at it, and the spring had actually worn a slot through the bracket. Didn't have what I needed to drill another hole without taking everything apart. Okay. And so I was rather annoyed, as I'm sure you're aware. And I thought, okay, we want to play that game. I'll just fire up the other end generator and plug the kiln into that. Grab the pull cord, snap. David.
Yep.
And.
Yeah. Welcome to mining.
Rock, I don't like electricity.
There's the shirt. And welcome to mining.
Can you turn the music down a little? They're mentioning it on here. They're getting a reverberation.
Okay. But anyhow,
that's the shirt.
So how about comma plus and? How's that?
I don't know. You have to write it out a few different ways to look at it.
Well, let's let David figure it out. It's his thing. But anyhow, so that's something I know how to fix those pretty easily. That would be interesting to see, Rock. But anyhow, the the pull starter, those were easy to fix. But I had to go get the tools and fixed it. Get her back.
Almost all my toolboxes have an extra rope and an extra handle in them just for that moment.
I've never had a problem with the handle.
With the pumps, you're starting them and turning them on and off a couple times a day sometimes. Well, inevitably.
Well, here's a question for you. To rewind one of those, how do you do it?
The spring?
Yeah.
Usually with two thumbs, and you start rewinding, and get it all laid back in there. And then you got to get the other part to hook into it, get the latch in the right spot.
Oh, no. Here's an easy way. Okay. What you do is, first of all, you pull it out, then you grab the springy part inside.
Right. Hold it.
Just hold that rotational part.
Yep.
Cut the cord, stick your new cord through there, tie a knot, and then release it slowly, and it just winds it all up.
Yeah. As long as the spring doesn't pop. But do you ever have them
no.
The spring popped?
I stopped trying to get the springs pop, out. And then back.
Oh, yeah.
You just leave it all together.
Oh, yeah.
The only thing you mess with is the cord. But anyhow, hey, Tricky, how's it going? Yeah, you might have, David.
Going back in there. Oh yeah, I've rotated them back together backwards. But
oh man,
boy, if you slip, or anything, then all of a sudden you got it in your lap again anyway. So it's like, okay, work slowly at it.
Yeah, I've never been able to rewind one of those springs where it's
like a couple of my big Honda engines. I actually bought some extra brand new recoils there, all assembled, so that if one breaks, I can just take out the 4 bolts, throw it over to the side, worry about it later, put another one on, keep working, and then later on go back and fix that one.
And I've gotten pretty good. The other thing is, we use these Champion generators in my kettle corn business for years.
Yeah,
they typically run about a year, running 10 hours a day, 5 days a week. No problem.
I had 2 of them up on the mountain that made it. I don't know, because I was up there summer and winter, and those things ran.
Yeah,
and they held up actually really good.
Yeah,
they're cheap generators.
They're inexpensive, and they run. They hold up pretty good. And what we used to do is, when one would break, we take a look. What broke? Oh, it's a spring. Okay, fine. Here's a spring off of an old one.
Yeah,
because we had like 3 in the backyard.
Yeah, keep parts. Yeah, always keep one for parts.
One had the generator go out. 2 of them just wore the engines out.
Yeah,
it's like, well, carburetor's still good. All the linkages are still good.
Right.
It's just a parts store. So, yeah, I've had pretty good luck with them. I'm pretty happy with those little Champion 3000s. But I don't think I've ever had a spring wear through the bracket before. Not sure why that is.
Just a vibration, just sit there and
I know. I say it. I've had them run for a year, 10 hours a day, 5 days a week. I never had that happen that I can recall. But anyhow, I got it fixed. Now the problem is adjusting it. If we're lucky tonight, folks, Lauren may show up with a kilowatt meter for me to adjust that with. I have one on the way, but it won't be here until we're back from our next trip.
Running at the right RPM.
Yeah, to adjust that thing. It's real simple. If you just have the right meter, you just plug it in and turn it till it says 60. Without that, because I found it interesting. The voltage goes down as the RPM goes up.
Mm-hmm.
What? That doesn't make any intuitive sense to me.
Designed for just the right amount of spin.
Hey, Mr. Lodak, how's it going? So if you keep slowing it down, it'll start going down again on the other side?
Yep.
Really?
Yep.
Oh, okay. Well, that'll at least...
You want to find it wants to run in a certain parameter.
Okay, that might help.
And that's where
But anyhow, so the plan is for Eva and me to leave again tomorrow. Head out there, work mine Wednesday and Thursday morning, pack up and come back with another load. We have extra from the last trip, but we're trying to get a little bit of a stockpile.
Get ahead while you can.
And then her sons are going to be here Friday through Wednesday?
Monday.
Oh, wow.
Friday through Monday, is that all?
Monday or Tuesday?
Looks like Tuesday if I'm reading that right. So I don't know, Tricky. First thing I need to do is be able to measure something. The voltage is one thing, but the frequency, I don't have that. I will by Friday, and then we can double check these things. But the the Hilti TE1000 AVR costs, I'm not sure what they cost now. Let's see. Tune it by ear. Yeah. Well, that wasn't quite doing it. I don't know if it's the ears or what. Let's see. Hilti TE 1000 AVR. Did I spell it right?
One more zero in there.
Yeah. 1000. Enter. Let's see. Yep, I thought so.
$1,600. 2,000 bucks.
2,000. Good Lord, that's
used.
ridiculous.
16 is used.
Used, yeah. I figure it was about, there's a 1,500. But anyhow, we bought it for about, was it 14,500, something like that?
Ouch.
1,450.
Yeah, I think so.
It was from Home Depot. It was basically brand new, but some guys had bought it to strip up ceramic tile.
Yeah.
And they didn't read the instructions because it's so powerful. It has a derating button on it. You push the button, it gives you half the energy per blow. Because otherwise, it can happen. They had one of those wide chisels. And no, it's literally just shattering the tip. That blade is not designed for that energy. And so, I say it's got a derate, but well, I can't tell the RPM and I can't tell the hertz with anything I have. Yeah, I don't have I don't have a photo tack either. See, that's the thing. So I have to get something. It's on the way, but Lauren may be over here with his. They're just about $25.
Yeah, they're not expensive.
So I'm getting one, putting it in my toolkit. But anyhow. So I called Lauren because up on the mountain, we've got cell phone coverage, but Eva's smartphone doesn't work worth a crap.
Mm-hmm.
So I called Lauren. I said, hey, could you call the local dealer and ask them, am I risking my $2,000 hammer by feeding it power? I know it ain't perfect. Hey, Lars.
Hey, Lars.
And anyhow, the guy said, nah. Don't worry. It's designed so that if the power is screwy, it'll just shut itself off before it gets damaged.
Protected.
Yeah. And so, well, be that way, Chris. By the way, I'm not a big fan of Neapolitan. Vanilla's okay. Strawberry's okay. Chocolate's good. I like chocolate. A mint chocolate chip best. But mix them together, and it just doesn't work for me. I just don't like the different flavors. Yeah, it's kind of like chili and chocolate. It just doesn't work for me. But anyhow, so hopefully things will go a little smoother. The what do you call it? Sierra Blaster. It saved the last trip because there was stuff we couldn't have got through without it. Yeah.
Thanks, blind dude.
Yeah.
I've been on a mine site with a camera crew for a TV show for probably next winter sometime. I can't divulge a lot of information, but it was more to be up there for a friend of mine on his mine, and it was a good time. We did 10 days of filming, and then I worked on some of my own stuff. Then lately, that's what I've been up to, is getting equipment ready to move to another mine site, and just keeping myself going every day doing that, just getting equipment up and running, getting things ready for transport, changing oil, servicing stuff. So yeah, it's good to be back, Chris. I've been back and forth. I just came down from the mountain a couple hours ago, though, and tomorrow morning I'm heading right back up. And the weather's been honestly fantastic right now. Normally this time of the year, we're already starting to dry out, and we've had so much rain that it's absolutely beautiful up on the mountains right now. Green, and flowers are coming.
Didn't have too much mosquitoes this trip.
No,
The trip
we
before
haven't.
we did.
Yeah, did you?
Yeah.
Yeah. The only night that we had mosquitoes, I was up at Bryce's one night there, and boy, the mosquitoes came out just awful for just one night though.
So I don't know. We showed up there, 2 weeks ago, and it's like mosquito heaven. And I'm like, I sure hope we have some off in here. I look at that. Yes, we do. Oh, that sounds horrible. Well, first of all, I don't like beer, period.
I would go for the beer. I didn't skip the ice cream. I like ice cream too, but yeah, the combination doesn't fit.
Well, I don't like the flavor. Actually, I don't like the flavor of alcohol.
Don't you?
No.
See,
Oh, by the way, I got a bottle.
I like
for you.
my beer. You got an empty bottle for me? Cool.
There you go.
Thank you.
But I don't like the flavor of any alcohol. But if I take like vodka or in Yuma, when I was growing up and a young adult, you could go over to Algodones and get Everclear for $2 a quart. Algodones, Mexico.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was nice. But so, I'll mix it.
Blend it.
Drink some, go to sleep.
It's good for that.
Yeah, and to me, it's a sedative. It's like party when you're drunk. Staying conscious becomes difficult when I'm drunk. Even when I'm not what most people consider drunk, just tipsy. It's like soft spot, lay down.
Blind dude, anything oily will screw up panning gold.
Oh yeah.
Pine needles, even sometimes if you get a lot of pine debris in your water and that, you'll get oil on your water. Bug spray, yeah, anything like that. Ideally, use more detergent if you can, especially if you're panning in a container or something.
It can harm leaching too because it coats the gold.
Yeah.
So you don't want it if you're leaching also.
Hydraulic oil leaks on equipment, things like that. No. Yeah, no. Don't want oil. You don't want oil in your pay dirt.
Yeah, that's definitely waste now.
Yeah.
Really? Ah. He's married to a Mongolian.
That's cool.
Yeah. Ulaanbaatar, huh? I probably mispronounced that horribly. Yeah, pine needles can be bad. Pine oil is used for flotation.
Yeah, it's used for cleaning and flotation.
With molasses. Well, I can see why. Yeah. Okay. Well, that's good. My mother would be proud that I got something right. She was very, very insistent on you're supposed to say the right words and the right pronunciation. Of course, she was a geologist, so these things are important.
Yeah. Don't somebody misunderstand.
A syncline is not an anticline,
Right.
That sort of thing. But anyhow, yeah, so Eva and I are going to try and make another run, and we're not quite ready for it because Saturday we were supposed to be jaw crushing the ore, and it was raining. As a matter of fact, it was hailing.
Yeah.
I
came back over the hill Sunday. No, was it Sunday or Saturday?
If it was Saturday, you might have caught the
Oh,
storm.
it was Saturday. Yeah, because
Yeah.
I was over on the west side of the mountain working, and it started raining over there about 4:00 in the afternoon. And I thought, all right, I'm out of here. Lightning. It was all kind of staying to the north, though.
Yeah.
Well, I turned and I drove in the rain all the way back to Baxendale down here.
Yeah.
But when I hit the top of the pass, you could have skied. There was 4 inches of hail on the ground, and it was white. And I must have been just behind the storm.
Yeah,
I must have just missed it.
it didn't come down that bad where we were at, but it was coming down pretty good.
Up there on top, it was white and it was already starting the steam phase of, everything was fogging up. It's like, oh boy.
Well, it's not nearly as bad as when you're in a motel room and they just got 4 inches of rain in 30 minutes and hail and stuff. So ice water is coming through the door, not under
Were you
the door.
in town when it rained the weekend
No.
of the 4th?
No, I wasn't
You
in
didn't
town.
see all the flooding in town?
We were out there. Yeah, we missed it.
God.
Yeah.
When we came home, there was a whole line of rocks and dirt across
Yeah, all the way
road here.
across the highways and everything.
Yeah, you might not have noticed, but where all the erosion was, where I normally park my truck, I just happened to have been gone at the ranch when the city came down and cleaned up all that stuff, and they piled the dirt over there. So I took the scrape, leveled it all. And you'll notice is, well, there's an amazing lack of fines underneath your truck. That's why. But anyhow, yeah, it's production's doing well in terms of the volume at the mill. I got in excess of 1,500 pounds. I know that because I did 1,500 pounds of it this morning.
Mm-hmm.
But I'm guessing 1.25 tons is what we hauled back roughly. I got it all jaw crushed in less than 4 hours, I think.
That's good.
And then the impact mill, I was out there this morning. Again, it's probably about 4 hours to do 1,500 pounds and load it into the thing. Yeah, I took video of all that just to show people what my one-man monkey show technique is here. I mean, it's like, okay, start the feeder, throw 4 scoops from the stockpile in there, clean the fine stuff out from the crusher, throw it in there, then go over there and start pouring some buckets into
round
the tank.
and round you go, right?
Not too bad. The other day when it was really dry stuff, it was keeping me hopping. But today I had to back it off a little bit because it was a little bit damp.
Yeah.
Saved a lot of dust. I'll give
I'm
that.
sure. Because we even have humidity here, which is almost unheard of.
Yeah. Well, they say it was just one of those deals where it's not wearing me out. In both cases, I felt pretty good. So my body's definitely conditioning up. I was a little worried there a couple weeks ago. So anyhow, I didn't get much video from our last trip to the mine because things went all to heck and we were behind schedule and I'll see what I can do this time. But again, right now the most important thing is production. We need to move some rock, and so that's what we're trying to do.
Yeah, blind dude, try to keep your water as clean as you can. Keep that organic debris and things out of it.
Anyhow, so that's basically it. I think Eva's going to have a lab report later, but she's been working hard trying to figure out A, B, C, and D, and Rock Butcher there is going to be very helpful when there's a number of resin samples that we sent to him, and by comparing the XRF analysis with what we're doing with the kiln, we'll get an idea of how accurate we are with the kiln. And how much we're losing. I do think that we are going to have serious loss. I don't think you were here when Chris sent a thing on volatilization.
No, but I did watch that issue. I think the next day or something when I was in and out between all this fun.
Yeah. That was just amazing.
Yeah, no, there is. We wondered about the volatility and that.
Well, let's say, but 99% at 400 degrees.
Yeah,
that's pretty shocking. And what did it take? Pyrite. Wow, that's hard to find in rock, isn't it?
Yeah. Since day one, I said it was going up the chimney.
Yep.
Not that anybody listens to me.
For some reason, nothing is square in the tunnel, huh? Can't imagine. Yep. I'm shocked, Lars.
Yeah.
I just found out, Eva didn't even see it, but when we're packing up, because we're staying under the casual use rules, when we're gone, everything has to be gone.
Yep.
And so one of part of the packing up is lowering the carriage down to the bottom, setting it to the side, and putting everything down there, and hanging the head frame underground and stuff, and then closing it up. Well, when I lowered the carriage down, it's like, stopped a little early. Well, as I've been digging, one of the walls had kind of crept in a little bit, so it hit. It was just
you can see more
stuck in there. It's like, okay, I got to push that back about 4 inches.
Yeah.
And but yeah, that's the wall that's easy to move. The other one is hard stuff. There's some silica.
Back to the explosives.
Man, I mean, how soft does that look to you?
Some of this might be soft.
You want to try
Some
it?
of that isn't.
There's a knife, man. Try that soft stuff.
I can
see how soft it is.
quartz in it that it's hard. See that? That's a little softer. This isn't though.
A little softer. That's purely relative. That is nowhere near soft.
Got a good mark there.
Yeah, but I mean.
Now, I'm sure when it's in big chunks, it doesn't want to disassemble it.
And that quartz vein.
Good looking ore though.
Oh yeah.
Some pretty stuff.
Yeah. So I don't know. The last assay we got was a little disappointing, but I'm suspicious that what we have is a little surface leaching. And yeah, Lars. Yeah. Better to be a little too wide than not wide enough. But yeah, it's that one wall where I've got little silica vein, kind of like that goes up to about this. Then a bigger silica vein that's more gray, not nearly as mineralized. And then the wall rock's been silicified. And it's quartzite to begin with.
Yeah,
oh
so
my God.
Solid.
Yeah. I mean, it got fractured some when the crack got put in there, but it's been pretty well stuck back together.
Yeah, when it's re-glued back together, it's harder than it was the first time.
Say the other wall, it's still kind of crumbly. As a matter of fact, that's why we started putting in ground support, because sooner or later we're going to be so far down that a little rock falling off is going to be a bad thing. You're not going to be able to get up there and
do anything with it.
Scale it very easily. So,
not without a whole bunch of scaffolding, and that's no fun.
Yeah, no, I'd say so. I'm putting in stoles, then they'll be lagging on the stoles, and then we'll drape the walls with chain link. So anything of any, if it can't fit through the chain link, it's going to be kept behind the chain link. Yeah, pretty much, Lars. Yeah, good.
Solid.
And now this is funny. My dad, when he was a geologist back in the 50s, wrote a report for a company on the difference between orthoquartzite and metaquartzite, because the U.S. government had a rule that quartzite was a locatable mineral, whereas just, sedimentary rock wasn't. I mean, or whatever it was. But anyhow, so sedimentary quartzite is what he was calling orthoquartzite. They had metamorphosed sedimentary quartzite, which I think he labeled it metaquartzite. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Now this is not the official definition, dictionary definition of quartzite, but it is nevertheless quartzite.
Right.
And he had to do that, I said, because there's a legal procedure where it made a difference.
Well, sure.
Whether or not that word applied to that rock. But this is definitely sedimentary quartzite. Yep. Yeah, it's pretty solid. There's places in there where you got 40, 50 feet of back that doesn't look like it wants to move at all.
Yeah.
I mean, it's just sitting there, you know. I see, Rock Butcher. That's the question. Because orthoquartzite, i.e. a sedimentary quartzite, this stuff is pretty good too. I mean, it's good solid rock. But anyhow, I say that was the whole question of it that my dad had to do. Let's see what the official Google or whatever the search engine is. Quartzite. And this is one of the things you run into in mining and everything else. Okay, an extremely compact, hard, granular rock consisting essentially of quartz. It often occurs as silicified sandstone, as in sarsen stones. Okay. And in this one over on this side, it says quartzite is a hard, non-foliated metamorphic rock, was originally pure quartz sandstone. Sandstone is converted into quartzite through heating and pressure, usually related to tectonic compression. See, these are actually, in my opinion, different definitions. Okay? It's looking at you can still see the layering cleanly in this stuff, which is why I don't think it's been metamorphosed. Well, that's no fun, Tricky. Again, things change. Here's another one, folks. Now, this was years ago. But do you realize that the definition of reason and excuse has changed?
The Democrats do that too.
No, this is like 20 years ago. But okay, if I sit there and say, okay, I didn't show up because on time because I had a flat tire. Okay, is that a reason or an excuse or both?
Well, I would say both.
Right. Let's define reason as opposed to excuse.
I guess reason would probably have a little more depth to it as far as some historical data or something.
Well,
I don't
to
know.
me, a reason is the cause.
Yeah. Okay. But that an excuse?
Yeah. To me, an excuse is that which excuses it. In other words, it's something that was beyond your control.
Yeah. Okay.
Not anymore. As of about 20 years ago, when I looked up, they changed that. An excuse is an unjustified reason someone is attempting to promulgate as a valid reason, whereas reason is a valid reason.
There you go,
like, what
Chris.
the hell?
Thank you. A logical cause. Yeah.
Yeah. I agree with you completely, Chris. The dictionary did not.
Why waste time discussing it? Yeah, Rock.
Because when you get in a big argument with someone as to, well, that's no excuse. Well, yeah, it is. It's not an excuse. It's a reason. No, it's an excuse. And you get in a big argument.
Yeah, words have meaning.
Because when they change, look up for comments. 1, 2, 3, 4. Reason. Yeah, I agree completely. But Webster's did not. Now, I went back 30 years and looked before, and then all of a sudden, yes, it did agree.
Yeah, John, I'm back.
And as I say, so that's one of those things where it gets very difficult to communicate when words have different meanings to the different people trying to communicate. Very important principle is if you're having an argument and you can't figure out why, stop and ask for the other guy's definitions.
Right. Opinion. Yeah.
Because they've been playing so many games with language now.
Oh, yeah.
That it is not unusual that I'm not talking about your word comment. Let's see.
I was talking about the rock, the lever right, and just
Yeah, unless you've got if as aggregate, it works great. For crushed aggregate. You know, yeah. As I say, I have seen a lot of arguments that were readily resolved once you stop and
Understand the meaning. Who's meaning?
So
what.
wait a minute.
Yep.
What do you mean by this word? And then it's like, oh, well, that's the reason we're having an argument because I don't agree with that meaning. But let's just set that aside. In my opinion, this is the reality in your words.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, sometimes you can actually agree, but the understanding between you is two different ways of looking at it.
Yeah. Don't waste time worrying. Well, not where it's at. It's definitely not valuable for aggregate where it's at. What's the meaning of the word is? That's hard to do without using a, what do they call it, circular definition? That which exists, Yeah, go ahead, Argonaut, and then see if you can find one from about 1950.
Present of the verb am. To be.
Yeah, to be.
I am, you are, he, she, or it is.
Yeah. Well, that all depends on what the meaning of the word is. Yeah. Mm-hmm. And there's people that like to play that game, which is causing a lot of problem. And be aware of that. You might be correct, Rock. And another thing is when you have a rock that's sitting there on the table, it may have many different characteristics, which to different geologists have different importances too.
Right.
Like to a gold, like somewhere like Rock Butcher, it might be, well, that looks like, what would you call it, an oxidized iron compound that could contain gold, or somebody else says, well, that's a geothermal intrusion, and
no,
yeah.
I would agree with you, Rock. You're probably right.
Yeah.
With the amount of geologists that I've been with different places, it's like there's a big varying degree in the biggest thing is the knowledge. If you've got a geologist that has knowledge in that area or that substructure you're looking at, he's probably right. But if you bring somebody in from outside that doesn't really know the area, he'll take you off on a whole new tangent.
Well, the other thing is too, is it probably, if you have someone who's like a plate tectonics expert, he's going to look at something entirely different than someone who's into orogenesis,
right?
The genesis of ore bodies. And so I tend to try and break things down simple. How does it matter to me? Is that a characteristic that has application to what I'm trying to do, which is make money mining gold? Actually, I don't care what I mine, as long as it makes me money.
Yeah, that's my thing too. I guess gold is my forte, but I also kind of delved into the copper and silver and looked at some zinc deposits and things like that, lead and zinc. And, it's like, I just like the fact I get to be in the mountains doing what I'm doing.
And make money doing it.
And hopefully you get paid. Yeah, it always works out well.
Well, at the moment you are.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Sometimes I don't. It just depends on what I'm doing.
Oh, you need to learn how to fill out a billing statement better.
But I got some stuff that I'm looking at for me in the future too. So I'm off spending money instead of making it.
Yeah,
I would believe that, Rock. I really would.
Yeah. Hey, Mr. Virtue. Yeah. Well, that's why we use the term kryptonite. Okay. My brother and I probably was my brother who came up with it, but it basically means something really tough and hard to deal with.
Right.
Because, oh my God, it's like kryptonite. It just stops Superman in his tracks and everything. Yeah.
Well, yeah, the legal system loves that different verbiage.
Exactly, Chris. As long as everyone.
We've been having that discussion with our local forest ranger as to what significant disturbance is.
Oh yeah.
There's a big vast range of what significant disturbance is, and nobody will define it.
Yeah, that's one thing too. How well does this work for you? Say, okay, could you please put down in writing what significant disturbance is so that I can comply with the regulation? And then they're like,
Well, they'll immediately go to a really low number, like one shovelful's too much. So you can't let them define it. You have to argue your case on what you want to do as to what significant disturbance is.
well, in
There is
that
Court
must be
Lauren.
I think that's him.
Lewis and Clark.
There he is.
Hey, how are you? Come on in.
It's Lauren.
Just you?
Pass the party cup.
I love the
Get in
shirt.
here.
I love the shirt.
Good. How are you guys?
Look at the shirt, people. Love
Hey,
the
let's
shirt.
square up on it here.
But anyhow, thanks a lot. You want to hang out for a while?
I got sister waiting on me. I'm moving furniture.
Oh man,
Oh,
too bad we're
Doctor
busy, or we could help
tomorrow.
out and have fun.
Yeah.
You get 8 free beer, y'all.
before you go, look at my two new beauties. Couple of Aztec rounds.
Holy smokes.
Aren't they gorgeous? They were $5
Chris
$5.
says hi, Lauren.
Yeah, you gotta go get them.
Oh, definitely, Chris. When you're dealing with any of these entities, you want it as much as you can documented, whether you're, recording them,
Mine.
video, whatever. Document it, because
Oh, did you?
when it
did
comes
you see
down
my
to
new
proof,
Korean? Did you see my new Korean one?
3 of them will argue against you. I mean, honestly, I won't even talk to any of the government people anymore in those instances by myself. I always want somebody else there, because if you're talking to 3 people, honest to God, they'll go back and turn against you and say, yeah, you said this or you said that. And it's like, no, I didn't.
Yeah. Well, a conversation is worth the paper it's printed on.
Yeah.
No.
No, it's one thing to talk to them one-on-one. You say, okay, you guys, who's in charge? You guys stand over here, and I want to talk to the guy in charge, and we're going over there somewhere to talk.
Now, listen to this definition of significant disturbance from Southern Arizona 20 years ago. I bet you'll like it. No motorized earth moving equipment.
Yep.
No engines over 5 horsepower.
Yep.
No explosives. No chemicals. No disturbance over 2.5 acres.
Right.
That would be easy to deal with.
Yep.
But
And that's really actually the guidelines they're supposed to kind of follow.
is it in writing anywhere?
Well, the thing is they want to throw Part 36 as far as Forest Service. They'll go to Part 36 stuff like you're a visitor in the forest. And it's like, no, I'm a minor. I'm under Part 28 or 2800 code. Well, the minute you bring that up, you go right over their head, because none of them have been trained in the mining stuff. So they don't even want to talk about that. No, they keep going back to Part 36, all the visitor rules and road management, travel management plans, and da-da-da.
Just me, Brock. But the Champion 3000 watt generator has a 5 horsepower engine. We were trying to figure out if there's a rule that says, see, take a look at that RC46. Originally came with an 11 horsepower engine on it, right?
Mm-hmm.
Could you put 2 5s? Could you put 3 5s? Could you put 3 4s?
I don't.
You see what I'm saying? I mean, that was one of the questions, was like, well, 5 horsepower per device or 5 horsepower per engine, because you could gang those together, and
I'm sure it's been tried. That
yeah, I suspect they wouldn't go with that.
ideally, I find it more about educating them to what our rights are, and then they go and check and they go, oh yeah, you were right. But you're dealing with people who don't know what they're doing, but they're going to tell you what you're going to do anyway.
Well, and yeah, but that's the sort of thing.
No, it's insane.
In the field, you say, no, I'm under Part 2800 as a mining inholder.
Yep.
And they're like, well, I don't. Well, okay, could you put it in writing then?
Yep. Write me
that you think that I need to do this and what regulation I'm supposed to comply with.
Yep.
So then I can verify it with a qualified lawyer and discuss it with your superiors. I actually thought of that too, Lars.
The problem, Mohammed, is the essence of what the law is trying to achieve varies with these clowns.
Yeah.
I mean, it's written in a way that is open enough that they start changing the interpretation of words to fit their definition. And it's like, wait a minute, back up. There's court cases or there's code that shows how this was ruled on in the past. And boy, they hate it when you do that to them.
Look what I got.
Uh-oh.
For you.
Of course, I am still not
Exactly,
an
Lars.
official scientist. I still do not have a Van de Graaff generator. I still do not have a Jacob's ladder.
We don't have enough room to stay clear of those things.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's the whole thing, is these regulators in the past seem to at least try and play lip service. Now they don't even try and do that. They just try and invent stuff.
And actually, like in the Forest Service stuff, the Part 28 or the 2800 codes are all what they're supposed to do to help the mining.
That would probably work, Chris.
And that's why they don't want to go there, because their job is actually to help you, not to stop you.
Yeah, they just seem to have forgotten that.
Yeah, I know. Well, that's why they avoid the code, because
defund the BLM. Yeah. Defund the BLM.
Oh, be careful. We'll be thrown off.
Yeah, you might want to specify.
Yeah, you might have to.
Bureau of Land Management. Bureau of Land Management.
More like the Bureau of Leftist Malfeasance.
Yeah, close. Some of actually, there's some good people in there somewhere, but.
I wish I had some.
Eva says I'm revolting at times, but exactly, Richard.
Oh, they can't they haven't managed anything here since about 1985.
They have no idea what management
except
even
the roads.
means.
They would like to put gates on roads, stop you.
Well, they've filled up these agencies with environmental extremists who believe that managing means preserving in a natural state.
And that's not what it is.
Yeah, which means, we can't intervene. So if it burns up and turns into a ash desert, well, that's natural, so that's better.
Well, that's what I said the other night. They're talking about the redwoods being on fire down there, and I thought, well, maybe it's the 1,000-year cycle that they're supposed to burn to the ground.
Well,
who knows?
Well, I was watching Bill Whittle, believe it or not, and he said they came in there and they thinned the smaller trees to try and prevent a fire that could hurt.
Yeah.
The problem is they also protect the soil and protect the big trees from other stuff, and so that's why I don't know what was Avenue
exactly
Giants or something.
God's plan. Who knows?
Oh, not me. I'm definitely not on the email notification list there. They don't allow it; they require it. Yeah. There was one, the Nature Conservancy.
Yeah.
They had a thing where people would donate properties or whatever. They would donate money and they'd buy up these properties and then sell it to people at a big profit for their big private mansions. Yeah, it's a scam. As far as I'm concerned, nobody can be trusted. Not even me. You've given them wrong incentives and weird things can happen.
Thanks for being here, Tricky, and come on back if you can.
You betcha. You can always look at the replay.
Yeah.
Oh. And Tricky last week, he took some loaded resin and sodium hydroxide solution on a hot plate with a
Cap on it.
a stainless steel container and a stainless steel lid, plated the lid with gold.
Really?
Yeah, really.
Ah.
Yeah. So got some interesting things going on here. So we shall see. So far, our Eco Goldex sodium hydroxide solution at room temperature has been notably ineffective at stripping the resin. However, the sample for the heated solution is not back yet, so we're not sure. We had it simmering, and we'll see what happens there. The spot test is doing a good job of telling us when the resin is loading in the cartridges, though. As you can see between cartridges where it drops or doesn't drop. As a matter of fact, I think we need to change cartridge 1 now, little one. We'll see when we get back there Friday or whenever.
Once I do all my testing, since I am the scientist around here.
You already did. Remember, the stuff is sitting there,
Yeah.
but it hadn't dried yesterday. Well, it has by this morning, so that's what I was saying. That's why I said. That's why I said I think, and you need to verify this. But I think cartridge 1 needs to be changed.
Well, considering that half the time you don't listen to me when I've been telling you what I've been seeing for months, a person's just got to kind of wonder. I have. I've been telling
So
you
that
for
seems to be
months.
working out pretty good at a penny a shot.
That's good.
Yeah.
Same test you can verify, good to go.
Lauren's let us borrow his centrifuge so we can get good clean samples to work with.
Oh, Argonaut, that's what I told the geologists that I work with up here for the Forest Service. I mean, this is all because of erosion. And you're whining about that?
Yeah.
He didn't have much to say at that point. It's kind of you look around and go, yeah, you're right.
No kidding. Well, these people you can't,
Oh, Rick.
you can understand, you don't agree with them or whatever. And yes, I blame them. Stupidity is its own reward. But when the society is as insane as it is, when a Supreme Court justice can't define what the word woman means,
Oh, that's a whole
then
subject there.
you're in such a nebulous universe that where's
nothing
reality
means anything at that point.
Yeah, exactly.
It's the
And
best type of rock crusher for a small amateur operation.
no, jaw crushers do not break them down very fine, but they break them down from big
Right, to
to
small.
small. That is correct. It depends on what size rock you need to throw in it and how fine a grind you need to get out of it. I find that the Keen RC46, which is not cheap, is a good all-round, modest-sized machine, and it is versatile in terms of, like, right now I'm using it just as a jaw crusher.
Mhm.
I just got the rolls pulled apart, which is a simple operation, takes less than 5 minutes, and so they're getting no wear at all, and that works fine. But if I need it ground up, especially for sampling,
Yeah,
and I need it ground to sand,
right.
I just close the rolls up,
Tighten it up. Yeah.
and it
I mean,
will not powder.
For testing, I mean, not so much for mining, but for testing, I mean, even my little chain mill that I have, I don't know, $1,300 in or something, Honda engine on it, 5-horse. But it'll only take a 2-inch rock. So you have to break everything down to 2 inches to even put in it to pulverize it. And then you're running a screen for sizing. And you can change the screen sizes for sizing material or rerun the material a second time to fine grind. The biggest thing to understand is every mine, you're going to have a liberation size that you need to get to those gold particles, you need to grind to a certain size. And some of it might be coarse enough, it's not a problem. But when you get to even some of what Keith's doing, you need to know that liberation size, or to at least to get contact for the leach solution.
Yeah,
in order to
how
get
well that'll work,
right,
Yeah,
you have to get enough liberation. You've got a surface to work with.
What they call mineral exposure is ideal
Exactly.
for that. Yeah.
Exactly.
Rock Butcher, I showed them the water I just put in the river was cleaner than the water I took out. I suggest it might have been interesting to ask them to take a swim in the river to just verify this. Well, Richard, what is fairly fine gold to you? To a placer miner, it's 100 mesh. To me, it's 500 to 1,000 mesh. Mine is really fine. It's 2,000. It's 80% passing 2,000 mesh.
Yeah, you can't even see it.
Yeah. A 10-inch chain flail mill is not a bad
For testing and even some small production, that would work. Lars, I agree. That's what I use.
yeah.
You know, if I'm just trying to do some tests and see if I can find any, free milling gold, the chain mill works fine. And that's about the most inexpensive way you can go about it.
I agree, Richard. 100 mesh for hard rock is fairly coarse, and a standard impact mill and a gravity separation would probably work pretty well. But that would be the thing when it's that coarse. Notice to me that 100 mesh is coarse gold. When it's that coarse, an impact mill. The other thing you need to take into account, of course, is whatever. I think it was Chris brought up that run of mine rock. And that means when you mine it and you have a pile of stuff that you mine, how big are the rocks?
Right.
And how small do they have to be crushed in order to get them into the impact mill? And that's where the jaw crusher really comes in handy.
The jaw crusher will break down your bigger rocks, or a cone crusher in a big enough mine. And then you go to your final mill, your second.
You mean a gyratory, not a cone.
Well, yeah, okay, gyratory.
Yeah, cone is
exactly.
Yeah,
gyratory.
Yep.
But then you go to your second milling step of taking it down to a liberation size.
Hey, 3 to 4 inches, something like an RC46 would definitely eat that up. That's a 4x6 jaw on that. That'll slurp that up no problem at about 500 plus pounds an hour. On your impact mill, the finer the material you feed to it, the less wear you get in it.
Yep.
So something like the rolls crushers on an RC46 have very low wear rates. I still have my original rolls. The jaws, on the other hand, they take a beating.
Yeah, they wear, especially if you start running quartz through it or something hard.
Yeah. Now, rock has a system that is much more efficient if you need the volume. And you have a primary crusher, typically a jaw unless you're really big.
Yeah.
Some kind of secondary crusher, like a cone crusher, and then a ball mill. Now, ball mills are very, very energy efficient and cost effective, but they're not that small. I mean, you don't have a 200-pound an hour ball mill running around at any reasonable price.
No, you can build one.
Yeah.
Or a rod mill.
Yeah.
You can build one, but it's still, it's going to take time and effort and money to put one together.
Yeah, exactly. And so I say, now you can also use basically cobbles instead of balls too.
Yeah, you can use rock.
You can use it.
Or I've been able to find even old balls that are worn down from the bigger mills.
Mm-hmm.
And you can sometimes buy a 55-gallon drum of balls that are already worn down where they wanted to change them out.
Yeah.
And those for another small mill are perfect.
That must have been for testing purposes, Chris. Yep.
Yeah, building a small mill like that wouldn't be that bad of a deal.
I wouldn't suggest that to her myself. If you give her a sledgehammer, who knows what might happen? But anyhow,
Well, then you got rock flying all over.
yeah, when you're hitting hard quartz, definitely need to wear your safety glasses. Depending on the
Yeah, but I
quartz,
give chipped chunks out of my face and everything else.
I'm thinking a
Pounding
gorget,
rocks.
a gorget might be an important safety feature in some cases.
Yeah.
You know what I mean, right?
Yep.
Something
Yeah.
around the neck.
Yeah.
Yep. But I like the Keen RC46, but it's expensive. The new one also has a double rolls crusher under it.
Oh, really?
It has 2 sets, but it's over $10,000 now.
Yeah, I'm sure.
You know.
Look, everything's gone up and crazy.
Yeah. Ow, blind dude. Yeah.
That would hurt.
There are certain operations I just tell Eva don't do that because if you don't know what you're doing, bad things can happen real fast. The negative of the RC46, it doesn't crush that fine in general, although you can screen and recirculate. And you can get down to like 100% passing 60 mesh without too bad, without too much trouble. You can probably buy an inexpensive Chinese jaw crusher, but I don't know. I mean, you'd have to provide an engine then.
You know,
I'll tell you what, that 13 horsepower engine on that RC46, when you don't have the rolls going, it's a brute.
right.
I'll have a big chunk of rock and I go, okay, a little too big to fit all.
Oh,
How
right
about
there.
if I take this and you just hold it? Okay, now I can take it and go.
Crush that corners off of it.
Yeah, you know, and I say it is powerful now without those rolls engaged. It is just
Yeah, but that's
you throw something and this is tough quartz. You would
Yeah.
agree?
Yeah.
Yeah, you throw that in there, it won't even slow down.
that's what it's made for.
Yep. Well, yeah, but you've seen stuff that's made for it.
Oh,
Then as soon as you
yeah,
throw
yeah.
something at it, it goes.
Yeah, everything starts bending.
Yeah. Nuggets have a
Well,
certain advantage. He likes them.
Well, yeah, I do, but if you have your choices between half a 5-gallon pail of fine gold or half a pail of nuggets, I'll take the fine gold pail. It weighs a lot more.
I actually know a guy who saw a guy up in Alaska that had buckets of gold on his.
No, it's
Yeah.
real, but you take a bucket of nuggets, you've got a lot of airspace in there,
Yeah.
and maybe even some contamination within the gold. If it's fine gold, fine material gold, it's going to be pretty much gold for the most part, and there's no airspace in it. It's dense.
I know. It's
Your weight
amazingly dense.
Your weight difference in that, 2 gallons in each bucket or something is considerable. I'll take the fine bucket any day.
Yeah, I mean, we were doing the. He was going to try and get into assaying here, and save us some money, and also give us double checks and stuff. But of course,
Right.
we don't have the analytical balance nor a place to properly mount an analytical balance.
Yeah.
So we have to go by diameter. Chris, got a little request here. Do you have or know where to get a chart of weight of gold beads where you look at the diameter, which is easy to measure in a small bead with a microscope with a reticle, and what the corresponding weight is? 'Cause I can't find one of those anymore. Used to be you could do it.
Possibly, Jim. I could ask a few guys. Everything I got, I don't want to sell any right now, but sub-8 inch.
Yeah, you could if you.
I
did all
do
the calculations.
probably know somebody who would part with some though. Some of these guys need to keep funding what they're doing.
David, it says, how about bull quartz? What about it? Are you talking in terms of crushing? Now this stuff is tough or tougher than bull quartz.
Yeah.
You know.
Yeah, it can raise hell with a jaw crusher though if you get the right chunks in there.
You know.
I don't care what anybody else says.
Sell low, buy high. I think you got something wrong there. Bull quartz is an indicator for gold, not usually good. You want mineralized quartz.
Yeah, there is a difference, David.
If you see white quartz, that usually is not good. This, on the other hand, is essentially quartz. Doesn't look like quartz. That's because it's got so much stuff in it. By the way, could you hand me that sheet down there? What little one?
This one right here.
Yes, little one.
I have something to show people. Hello.
Is this only friends? No. Just to give you an idea, Chris, with all the iron we have in the leach solution, it's only 3.76 parts per million. Okay. And the silver is 1.56 parts per million, even though it should be in the ore at least an order of magnitude more than that. So that gives you an idea what that Eco Gold X does in terms of dissolving stuff.
I don't have an official report, but I do wish to show it.
Okay.
We'll let you in here.
As you can see, I finally have a lab coat, which means very shortly I will start making lab videos, and then you guys get to see cool stuff. Bye-bye.
All right, we'll let her get that plug in there.
Okay.
Well, yes, shameless self-promotion is the goddess's forte. Good Lord.
Be in line after bed.
Take care, man.
All right, see you later.
Bye, Lauren.
Yeah, I'm thinking, Chris. No, blind dude, I was joking. Let's see. Uh-oh. Robert says, "Where's your pocket protector?"
That is a good question. Probably in the same place as my decent furnace and my gas generator and my Jacob's ladder. You might want to ask Professor Hard Rock here.
David, it's an adjustable suspension. Thank you, Lars.
He's trying to get me interested in some sort of a magnetic stirry widget gizmo. Like this is any substitute for a Jacob's ladder. Come on now.
It is when you're trying to heat something and don't want to sit there and stir it for the next 12 hours.
Yeah.
Yeah. No, we really need a magnetic stir heating
The element.
Yeah.
They're pretty neat.
Yeah, they're cool. Maybe able to get one. The guy who does our analytical stuff, he bought the lab from someone else, and he says he's got a couple storage units. It's just full of stuff, and he just hasn't had the time to go through it. So hopefully next winter we can go through it. And, I mean, Lauren and I are like, we could pay you for some stuff.
Yeah, go see what he's got in the back room. Right?
Yeah. But anyhow, so I still think that volatilization is really interesting.
It answers some questions, maybe,
And I
of
think,
what was happening.
yeah, I say Rock Butcher will help us out there a bit because we deliberately screwed up one sample by just taking it wet and throwing it in the oven at 400. But Eva also seems to think that in all probability if you dry it at room temperature and then ash it, your losses are substantially less than if you take it wet and take it right up into the high temperatures to ash. You know?
Well, that's what the numbers seem to be showing so far.
Man, that sounds tough, Paul. I'll pass. Okay, Lars. Yeah, let me just type it here too.
You got an extra H in there. Okay.
Probably got something else that needs to be correct here.
Time are you on here,
Backspace.
Eva?
In a few minutes.
Okay, because I think I'm
Okay,
gonna
there's
make
my
a
email.
quick run out of here for a couple minutes when you're up, and I'll be back because I think we're gonna give a book away tonight, and I'm gonna run and grab it,
Okay.
and we'll figure out a system here to draw a name and.
Good luck on that one.
Mhm.
I don't know how
Well,
that's.
we don't have a huge crowd tonight, and it's a really good book on metal detecting and looking at placers that from a friend of mine here in
How can
Montana.
we do that?
And he's done some stuff in Australia. It's good all over the world, so it doesn't matter who gets the book. It has some really, really good information.
How would we do that?
You know, make a
We
list
could
of names
like
and just
pick a number
Yeah, we'll
between
just
1 and 100 and
see
let
who-
everyone do their
count it.
thing.
Yeah, I
And then
thought we
see
could
if
have a
anyone
little
gets it.
fun with it. And he signed the book for me to give out, and we'll get his information up also if anybody's interested. It's definitely worth having in your gold library if you're as a gold hunter.
That would probably be it. We only got what, 14 people?
Yeah, something like
Okay.
that. That's about where we've been most of the night, 11 to 14. Yeah, we did that last time, blind dude. I thought we'd just figure it out, throw it out there. Lars, man.
I think we'll have to leave those. I don't know. We'll have to figure out some random way.
Well, think about it for a little bit, and we'll come up with it. I'll run and grab it, and we'll talk about it a little bit.
You know, we
And
can
then
do
I actually have a presentation to do tonight after Eva, or a little later on here. I do want to talk about some placer inspecting and really how to pay attention to the drainage and understand how it all got there.
I got another thing. We'll just take 10 coins, shake them up, throw them on the ground, and the number of heads
See who
will be it.
have a little fun with it.
Page facing.
Well, how are you going to verify it's fair?
They get to pick their numbers. We get like 5 minutes and say, okay, everyone pick a number. And of course, someone's going to want 55 because that's the most average thing.
Yeah.
But that's okay. We only got 16 people. So, first people
That's-
in.
Goldstream, that's an incomplete sentence. It should be if there's beer or whiskey. We need boys and girls.
No, not that big.
Blind dude, this is such a good group of guys that are always here. I mean, granted, we get the new people and that's what we want, but this just happened to come up. Reese was in the neighborhood.
We'll have a 5-minute period where we'll have
and
everyone
him
put
and
their
I
number.
were up in the middle of the mountains. We ran across each other, and I hadn't seen him for a while. And I knew he was working on another book, and we got to talking, and I, said what I was doing, and he's like, "Hey, I'll give you an autographed book, and just put a plug in for me." And I said, "Oh, absolutely," because he's very, very good. He's been doing gold for quite a number of years, metal detecting and doing some placer work. He knows what he's doing. He's doing everything to learn and get even better at what he's doing. And that in itself is what makes what he's written in his book good. He's always expanding his knowledge of what he's doing, and that's why he's successfully metal detecting.
Yeah, when Jim's back,
I'll
and
mail
everything-
Goldstream, whoever gets it, I'll pay the postage and we'll get it to you. We'll have to have you send you information to, Keith's email, and we will get it out there.
So here's what I'm thinking. Okay. After Jim gets back, you want to do it before or after your talk?
It wouldn't matter.
Okay.
Wouldn't matter. And if we can, even stick
We'll
in,
have
if
a
somebody isn't going to
5-minute
be
period.
here, we'll add in those few names that aren't here.
We'll add a 5-minute period and write down all the numbers, because otherwise trying to keep track of it's going to be ridiculous. And first person to pick a number has that number. And then we'll take, let's say, I think 10 coins and just drop them on the floor and see how many heads there are.
Yep.
And then that's the first digit. Do it again for the second digit.
All right.
And we got it. That's about as random. The time period hasn't started yet. The reason is because if we do it
If
now
he
for the
starts
next
now,
2
it'll be-
hours, I'm going to have
yeah.
to be writing stuff down.
We'll bring it all up in a while here.
I'd say that's a problem for you. That's a you problem, Lars.
Sip your drink, Lars. Sip your drink.
That exceeds the register. Let me check, Paul. Let's see. To take. Come on. Paul Coover. Yes,
Right
yes,
there.
it's there. I couldn't tell too much from it. I did watch some of that video. But yep. Yeah, I did get here, Paul. Oh. I don't know, Rainmaker. I know there's a couple of guys from Canada. Muhammad was on earlier,
Yeah,
wasn't he?
yeah.
Okay, he's from Australia. Tricky Dicky was on earlier. He's from the Philippines. Most of the others I recognize as being from the United
Yeah.
States, various places.
We got Nevada, California.
Who is it that
Colorado.
that's from Nova Scotia too?
Oh, David Vila.
Is that David?
Yeah,
I'm not sure.
Nova Scotia.
Yeah.
It's pretty neat that we get people from all over.
Oh yeah, it can be from
Yeah,
Africa, everything. No, I didn't think it was David Villa.
Oh,
But yeah, so there's somebody that I know is from Nova Scotia that's kind of a regular. Take the number G. Okay, you've got G. If the coins come up G, you win.
Kodak's from Minnesota.
Yeah.
Arizona.
Yeah. For my mother.
Yeah.
Does she identify as a woman?
That's British Columbia.
Or just
Alberta, I guess.
unfortunate? Yes. Let's see.
Yeah, it's a quite a conglomeration here of all over the place.
Okay. Yeah, we all over. It's pretty
Terry,
much.
maybe it was Terry Curry that was from.
Yeah, that sounds about right. Yeah.
Terry. I don't see Terry tonight here, but
Yeah.
Nova Scotia.
Let's say there's probably 40 regulars, of which up to 20 are on at any one time. See, Rockwood and Terry.
Yeah.
So we don't know, but some of these people are actual professionals. Him, Rock Butcher. Some people are just really smart, like
Chris Georgie.
Lars and Chris
Chris,
Georgie.
Yeah. It's a good group of guys.
And so there's a
Yeah.
lot of
And
knowledge
gals.
out here. I think Eva's the only gal I've seen tonight. We often get one or two. But yeah.
Exactly, John. Ideally, you make your hobby into your favorite thing to do.
Well,
for a
Chris,
job.
I am happy that my body seems to be toughening up, although not nearly as fast as it used to.
Oh man.
Man.
Boy, the first few days there, especially as it got warmer out,
Oh,
it was just like, wow.
well, it was pretty humid too, wasn't
Well,
it?
yeah, I mean, and we don't usually get humidity here, but with the amount of rain that we've had,
Oh, look, I got silver ears. Okay.
All right. I'm gonna just run down the road, and I'll be back in a few minutes, and we'll
I
let
think if you
Eva
drive
in.
down the road, it'll
Yeah,
be easier,
well,
right?
yeah.
Hi, everybody.
Let's see if I need a set of keys or to do this.
How goes it? Hi, Lars. Hi, Kodak.
Is it in there yet?
Well, it's sort of in there. You're getting there.
Okay, it's all in there. Okay.
Yeah, Chris, Wiki is most definitely full of BS, you know. Well, the toe, Rock Butcher. Hi, Chris. Hi, Mr. Virtue. The toe is not as purple as it was. As a matter of fact, the nail might even decide to stay attached to the toe. Things are looking a little hopeful here. Now, it may not be attached as nice and symmetrically as it used to be. But, you know, what can you do? I mean, when somebody goes and drops heavy steel ladders and things on your feet just willy nilly, so sometimes things happen, you know. Hi, Goldstream. No, it's not a golden necklace. It is sterling silver and labradorite. It's just the light looks a little funny. Yeah, I know, Rock Butcher. I actually have a pair of hiking boots. I don't have any steel-toed anything because they're not really comfy on my feet. I have feet that are not comfortable in most boots. I hate things around my ankles, but oh well. Heidi ho, blind dude. Well, I'm sure we've all noticed that at the moment the world kind of sort of still seems to be here. Well, this may be a debatable point. I don't know. This whole clown world thing going on these days is getting a little bit ridiculous, as we've all noticed. I will say that gasoline is on sale at the moment. It's gone down an entire 5 cents, which is pretty darn good at this point. It's better than nothing. And yeah, Rock Butcher, losing toes is not comfortable either. You know, gasoline is on sale. Eggs are no longer on sale. And if anybody missed the news, which is quite possible since the media is studiously ignoring the entire story, Foster Farms, the country's largest poultry producer, along with several other agricultural organizations that raise various types of livestock, recently begged Lord Monarchy's regime to direct the railroads to give priority to shipments of livestock feed and fertilizer. Livestock feed being a little more important here because it turns out that the goddess, as usual, was right when she noticed that chicken leg quarters have gotten smaller. So have chicken breasts. So have rotisserie chickens. So have chicken wings. And turkeys. This year's turkeys appeared in supermarkets um, quite coincidentally, quite small and quite a ways before Thanksgiving. Well, the truth came out on this matter when the livestock companies and the bird companies, namely Foster Farms, wrote a letter to the Malarkey regime and told them that they need to tell the railroad companies to stop talking about strikes and stop sidelining cars full of livestock feed because the supply levels of said livestock feed on the chicken and turkey farms was at such critical levels that they may not be able to feed the birds next week if the feed does not start showing up and the railroads are not directed to give all livestock feed priority shipment because it apparently is not getting from point A to point B if it's even at point A in the first place, which nobody has determined at this point. But this is why all of a sudden we are getting fresh young turkeys in July. This is also why a 10-pound bag of chicken leg quarters, rather than having the standard 7 legs that it had for several years, now has 8 legs plus a drumstick or 9 legs. Because guess what? When the price of feed is through the roof, you slaughter early. Or when feed does not arrive, you slaughter early. This is affecting the beef industry too. So, what we can expect here, and the reason we're doing this before the mining stuff, which I'll get to next, what we can expect here is first of all, your bird parts are going to get smaller, which means your unit cost per ounce is going to go up. This is a good time if you have canning jars that are empty for some bizarre and unaccountable reason to start filling them rapidly. This also means that you're going to be seeing a temporary glut of ground meat products of all species here. Because one of the things that they do quite frequently when you have to process a whole pile of animals early is you make a whole pile of ground meat and related ground meat products because it is the best way to guarantee you at least break even on the proposition. So that's where we are this week. And naturally, of course, even though this letter was delivered to the Malarkey regime last week, as of yet, there's no indication that anyone has bothered to read it, reply to it, or even acknowledge its existence, and that includes the media. Oh, I mean, what can I say? We will eat sea bugs. At least in Canada, they'll be eating Z-bugs because apparently the Canadian government is currently investing a very large amount of money in the world's largest cricket processing operation, or something along those lines. But be that as it may, while I don't have an official lab report, I can confidently say that, as usual, the goddess was right. Yes, we have a serious volatilization problem. And yes, there is a functional difference between the way the beads behave if you dry them at room temperature and then ash them over ashing them wet. There are functional differences here. The goddess will continue to explore said differences. And maybe someday I will level up and get a pocket protector or a Van de Graaff generator or a Jacob's ladder. Just something sciency other than a stupid little magnetic stirring thing that I am utterly unimpressed with. Goldfields hikes dividends to win Yamana deal backing. Well, Goldfields is having a good week. South African miner Goldfields promised an improved dividend policy in a Toronto Stock Exchange listing in a bid to win shareholders who have expressed reservations about the planned $6.7 billion takeover of Canada's Yamana Gold. The merger, which would create the world's fourth largest gold miner and is expected to surpass Agnico Eagle TSX in a year to take third place, has been criticized by Gold Fields investors. One wonders why. They claim the transaction is too expensive and does not guarantee growth and profitability. Well, given the fact that both gold and silver are in something of a bear cycle at the moment. The gold miner shares lost about 20% on May 31st. Good grief. When it announced the all-share transaction and has not recovered since. Well, the goddess is still not going to buy. UK investment firm Red Wheel, one of South African miners' top investors, said in June that Gold Fields was making a serious error in its takeover strategy. Gold Fields' chief executive, Chris Griffith, however, said on Monday the company remained committed to the deal, adding he was greatly encouraged by the constructive discussions with shareholders over the proposed deal. Encouraged by constructive discussions. The goddess translates this as, we pretended to listen to your concerns and we're going to do it anyway, F off. That would be just about typical for some of these companies. The acquisition of Yamana represents the culmination of many months of assessing the best option to accelerate Gold Fields' growth strategy and deliver long-term shareholder value, Griffith said. Moving now to complete this transaction is the best opportunity for both speed of delivery and value to accelerate the next phase of the company's growth, he noted. Under the new dividend policy, Gold Fields will pay shareholders 30 to 45% of normalized earnings at the interim and final dividend stages, up from a previous payout range of 25 to 35%. It also promised a 45% payout from the 2023 interim and final dividends after it completes the friendly acquisition of Yamana. It's really to give comfort to shareholders that there's going to be cash returned to shareholders. It's sending a message about our confidence in the deal, Griffith said in a presentation. Gold Fields has been looking for assets that would complement its growth strategy and provide operational synergies. That's what the Yamana assets do. They tick all those boxes for us. They bring high-quality assets in Canada, Chile, and Brazil, with great pipeline projects in both Canada and Argentina in particular. Chile, having massive mining problems right now. Brazil, having massive mining problems right now. Argentina, having mining problems right now. Not sure about Canada. However, one has to wonder about that. The pipeline projects here. Methinks these pipelines may be just a little bit, what is the word I am looking for? Unreliable? Yamana's asset portfolio includes the development stage Wasamac project in Quebec, Jacobina gold mine in Brazil, Cerro Moro gold-silver operation in Argentina, and 2 early-stage projects in Chile. It also holds a 50% stake in Malartic, Canada's largest operating open-pit gold mine. We've tried for 10 years to get into that area of Canada, Griffith said. Malartic is on one of the best parts of Canada, in one of the best jurisdictions for mining in the world. I'd like to hear from our Canadians about that one, but that actually sounds positive here. Gold Fields' primary listing is on the Johannesburg Stock Exchange and a secondary listing in New York. While the miner plans a Toronto listing, it said it would keep its head office in Johannesburg after the merger. With operations in Australia, West Africa, and the Americas, Gold Fields has only one mine left in the home country, South Deep. Its portfolio includes 3 operations in Ghana, the Cerro Corona mine in Peru, the Salares Norte project in Chile, where the company has encountered some hiccups. First, the company had to deal with relocating a small population of endangered chinchillas. Oh, there's a sentence you don't see every day. and is now facing potential sanctions from the country's environmental regulator due to the death of specimens of Colpeo fox in the area. The company has said the project is on track to begin production in the first quarter of 2023. Apart from the Salares Norte mine in Chile, Gold Fields doesn't have any projects in the pipeline or a strategy to counter the decline in production that is due to come from the company over the next few years. Oh, wow, what could possibly go wrong with this idea? The new gold fields could see its total output climb to 3.8 million ounces from 2024 as Salares Norte begins contributing to overall production, which would make the company the third biggest gold miner, Griffith said. Within a decade, the CEO sees gold fields potentially increasing production to 4.8 million ounces. I don't know. I'm wondering if that guy has delusions of grandeur there. Hedge funds up the bear ante on Dr. Copper and Friends. Oh, here we go with hedge funds again. Hedge funds are piling the pressure on Dr. Copper and his metallic friends. Wow, Reuters is getting creative. This could get ugly. Money manager positioning on the CME copper contract is as bearish as it gets, and as bearish as it has been since first quarter of 2020, when industrial metals prices collapsed as China, followed by just about everyone else, went into COVID-19 lockdown. The London Metal Exchange copper price is still far above its March 2020 low of $4,371 per ton. Currently trading at $7,700, it's also a long way below the March 2022 peak of $10,845. Fears of the Western recession are growing. Wow, I'm so shocked. And China's promised stimulus-driven bounce back is being constrained by rolling coronavirus restrictions. I wonder if the bank runs they're having are constrained as well, or the real estate collapse. No, couldn't possibly be. Passive funds have taken money off the long side of the metal markets, and systematic funds have accumulated short positions as they chase downwards price momentum across the LME spectrum. Bears on the attack. Money managers were net short of the CME copper contract to the tune of 26,497 contracts as of the close of business Tuesday, July 5th, the highest level of bear conviction since the COVID-19 collapse of 2020. Funds have cut outright long positions from an April peak of 76,837 contracts to 39,465, and lifted bear bets from 34,837 to 65,962 over the same time frame. Many of these funds are systems driven, responding to technical signals and momentum indicators, which means their positioning often moves symbiotically with price development. Sounds an awful lot like bots to me. With many analysts cautioning copper is technically oversold, some readjustment of positioning is likely on any technical correction or even a loss of downside momentum. However, the bigger picture remains gloomy. High energy prices are having a chilling effect on previously robust manufacturing activity in Europe and the United States. Central banks are lifting interest rates to tackle inflationary pressures, which is bad news for all risk assets. And the dollar is super strong, which is particularly bad news for dollar-denominated metals, such as copper. Industrial metals have been targeted directly by the recession trade and indirectly in the form of liquidation of cross-commodity index positions. The two major commodity indices, the Bloomberg Commodity Index and the S&P GCSI, have slumped by 18% and 16.5% from their respective 2022 highs, according to Goldman Sachs. Heavyweight passive funds have been exiting the sector with fears of global economic slowdown compounded by high levels of market volatility, which translate into painful trading margins and frayed nerves. Goldman estimates assets under management in commodity indices are down 24% since the start of the year, as extreme trading conditions push more participants off market. Copper is always highly sensitive to changes in macro sentiment, with the doctor long traded as a proxy for global growth. Speculative flows are bearish across all three major trading venues, the LME, CME, and the Shanghai Futures Exchange, according to LME broker Merix, which thinks the scale of collective positioning has already exceeded 2020 levels and is now the largest since 2014 to 2015. However, it's not just copper. Funds have been exiting all the LME metals markets on the same combination of demand slowdown fears and rapidly deteriorating technical pictures. Copper and nickel have been hit particularly hard. The investment fund net long at the start of 2022 is now almost totally eliminated. Nickel's fall from grace with the fund community is also a result of the LME's March 8th suspension of the market and subsequent cancellation of trades. Oh dear. Another unintended consequence of cheating. It's likely LME specific liquidation is combining with the broader risk off recessionary trade in terms of disappearing fund participation in nickel. Aluminum and zinc long positioning has been much reduced, but not to the same extent. Both metals are characterized by tight physical markets outside China, resulting from smelter curtailments in response to higher energy prices, particularly in Europe. But while aluminum prices are digging into their cost curve, to quote analysts at Citi, zinc is not there yet, which leaves it vulnerable to further fund liquidation, the bank said. Metals in free fall, what happens next is an article you'll want to look up. That analysts have gone from worrying about whether there would be enough supply just a few months ago to digging out their old production cost curve tells you how much has changed over the last quarter. Really? I'm sure none of us are seeing any change at all in the rest of the world. Oh, of course not. The volatility, both of price and expectation, is here to stay as copper and friends remain beholden to a short-term news flow, which is more than usually fast-changing and unpredictable following what the Kremlin calls its special military operation in Ukraine. I knew they'd get around to blaming Vlad the invader somewhere in here. Then there is the problem of low inventory to cover across many of the metal markets, setting up a potential micro clash with bear funds playing a macro trade. Throw in thin trading conditions over the seasonally quiet summer months for metal markets, and the stage is set for more turbulence. Oh, it certainly is. Speaking of turbulence and banks, there is actually a trial going on at the moment. At this moment in time, 3 former employees of J.P. Morgan are on trial for spoofing and rigging the gold market to the benefit of J.P. Morgan and some of their most prized customers. It remains to be seen whether anything will actually come of this. But it is quite interesting to note that between J.P. Morgan and Bank of America, that is 90% of the paper gold market and probably the paper silver market. Between those two cahooters, and yes, the goddess most definitely believes they're cahooting. The goddess finds it very interesting that very, very recently, the J.P. Morgan main account, the bank official account, has been pretty damn quiet for J.P. Morgan on the gold exchange. Yet, the other day when gold decided to jump in the toilet for a little while, rather inconveniently for a whole lot of people, a whole lot of J.P. Morgan customer accounts randomly decided to sell off large amounts of gold. And absolutely coincidentally, obviously there's no collusioning or cahooting going on around here. Absolutely coincidentally, the J.P. Morgan main bank account got to pick up a whole bunch of gold on sale. It is just fascinating how well that happens. And you really have to wonder, because you see the same thing happening with the Bank of America account now and then, where when things go in the toilet, certain accounts that usually aren't very active suddenly decide to start dumping stuff. And the main bank account, coincidentally, seconds later, starts buying stuff. Now, perhaps just this once, the tinfoil hat is a little bit too tight. But let's consider a few facts here. JP Morgan and Bank of America, along with Chase and quite a few others, have nice little paragraphs in very, very fine print in their customer agreements that tell you if you are insane enough to keep your fiat, worthless as it is, in their banking institution, they have the right to use your fiat as they see fit, to invest and to play with and potentially to make money for them. Now, notice, that is not to make money for you. That is to make money for them with your money that they're really not giving you very much interest for, if they're giving you any interest at all. So that's fact number one. Fact number two. As of yet, in the course of this trial and elsewhere, nobody has asked the question concerning the customer accounts. What is going on in this trial is JP Morgan was up to their usual money laundering and spoofing and market manipulation bullshit that they have paid fines for more than once in the past. In this case, there was a double cardinal sin here, because not only were they apparently making money for themselves by manipulating the precious metals market, which they do anyway, but they were also making money for some of their favored customers. Well, I have to wonder, in the case of these customer accounts that are selling off gold at a loss so that the bank can buy it on sale, I have to wonder, first of all, whether these customers actually get informed of this, whether the bank sends them a nice scary email that says, you better sell now before you lose more money, whether the customers know anything at all, whether they're even customers. Because it wouldn't be the first time that one of these banks had a whole bunch of accounts hanging around that weren't actually people at all. It's just one of those things the goddess wonders about now and then. But we shall see. I am fairly sure that what's going to happen here is the former employees may actually get in trouble. Some of them might even have to do community service or a few months in a nice, cushy federal prison that's minimum security, where they get really good food and cable TV. Nothing at all is going to happen to JP Morgan, because these are former employees and everybody is studiously ignoring the fact that the bank still has essentially the same policies, and they still behave in essentially the same way that they have been, despite repeated fines over a period of decades. And between them and the Bank of America, this is pretty much par for the course. So I rather doubt that JP Morgan's going to suffer anything. And quite frankly, if they get hit with another like $785 million fine or something like that, that kind of could be seen as a small cost of doing business when you made hundreds of billions of dollars in profit. Now, had we a functional money system, sound money, silver and gold, that yellow stuff is okay too for big purchases. Had we a sound money system, and had we had an actual sound legal system where the laws and regulations were not written by the people that they are supposed to be regulating, what would happen when a bank like JP Morgan was found money laundering, spoofing, and manipulating precious metal prices, and you could directly trace several $100 billion to $500 billion in profit to these illegal actions, is that profit would be confiscated. Because after all, I mean, these are seriously ill-gotten gains. They are screwing over very, very many people. And a whole lot of those very, very, very many people are not even their customers. It's bad enough to screw over your own customers. It's even worse to screw over random people just because. But that's the way this goes, you know? Oh, good grief. Rock Butcher, did he actually get physical delivery? I mean, really. It is very hard to get physical delivery from Comex, I can tell you that. There are lots of people who have tried. But then again, you know, I mean, Fort Knox is still boarded up with plywood, and, you know, we expect the people who specialize in manipulating paper gold and paper silver to actually report their physical assets accurately. The goddess has questions about that. Really. He got it. Cool. At least he got it. But that is what's going on with JP Morgan. They are once again in hot water. Once again, what may happen at most is 2 or 3 former employees may get thrown under the bus, while everybody studiously ignores the ongoing systemic and systematic corruption that is represented by our paper gold and paper silver markets. Not much you can do about it. However, the good news is physical gold and physical silver are still on sale. And yes, the goddess got 2 very nice Aztec rounds today. Oh, they're so pretty. Always, always, always take the paper, you know, that fiat stuff, and turn it into something real. Because I'll tell you right now, the goddess has been looking at the government figures lately. It is truly astonishing. It really is. The other day, the federal government, in their infinite wisdom, announced that companies, nebulous beings companies are, have been making record profits, ostensibly on the backs of American citizens. So the goddess decided to go digging. And yes, I decided to start with ye old Walmart. Because, as we all know, whenever anyone brings up the epitome of corporate greed, they bring up Walmart. Now, mind you, the goddess is no fan of Walmart. The goddess only goes to Walmart for the very few products that she cannot find anywhere else in Helena, Montana. And I don't want to order online because I try to avoid Amazon too, okay? However, Walmart is absolutely slimy. Walmart does have a long history of a public perception that they exploit everybody on the planet and they make trillionaires while everybody else starves, okay? So I went and took a look at Walmart's balance sheet, since as a publicly held company, those are public record. Yes, their gross profit went up the last 2 years. Yes, their operational profit went up, I believe it was a grand total of 5% the last 2 years. Their net profit margin is currently sitting at 2.41%, down for the second year in a row. Now, granted, 2.41% of a couple of $1 trillion is a pretty big pile of change. But it is interesting to note that this is not the only company this is happening to. There's a wide range of companies across a lot of industry sectors right now that are reporting gross profit, it's up. Well, yeah, when you raise your prices, you're going to bring more money in the door. Operational profit is up, though not as much as you would expect for the higher amount coming through the door. Profit margin, net, is down. My, that's just so strange, isn't it? You know? I mean, one would think if you're exploiting the masses and you are a fat, greedy pig sucking the dollar bills out of people's wallets as fast as humanly possible and saying, let them eat cake, that your net profit margin would actually be going up. Very strange. But then again, a whole lot of stuff is going very strange with this economy right now. It is fascinating to note that as recession becomes more and more likely, we're still waiting for those second quarter numbers to come out, but 2 negative quarters in a row. Yeah. Well, oh, wait. I must retract that. According to the malarkey regime and many noted economists who shall remain anonymous and all that stuff, and persons familiar with the matter, even if we get 2 or even 3 negative quarters in a row, that's not necessarily a recession. And by the way, a recession is a good thing. We were told this week by the World Economic Forum that worldwide energy prices must rise to preserve democracy. This is coming from the same people who are saying you will own nothing and be happy and you will eat Z-bugs. Methinks they have a slightly different worldview than the goddess has about what constitutes democracy to begin with, and more to the point, what constitutes being happy, you know? I mean, really. It is just very, very, very strange. Yeah, federal government Argonaut. You may have noticed they've gotten a little wild lately. Walmart is a very, very exploitative company in a whole hell of a lot of ways. They really are. I mean, Walmart did more to destroy small town America and Main Street than a whole lot of other big boxes ever managed to do. Yeah, they treat their employees pretty darn well like crap. But it is interesting to note that they are something of a bellwether when it comes to what's really happening in the economy. Because if you dig through their numbers, if these guys start losing money, as tight as they hold on to the first penny they ever made over there, if these guys are quietly losing money, and Amazon is quietly losing money, and all these other companies that are a real pain in the ass that I try to do as little business as possible with, are quietly losing money, that really says something about the actual state of our economy, far beyond what you hear from Lord Malarkey and company. Because I'll have to tell you, we found out this week that Lord Malarkey is going to have his international tour, for whatever reason he's going away for, a 10-day trip, broken into segments because it would be too stressful for him to deal with more than 2 or 3 days at a time. It should also be noted that he's the only president I've seen in a while, since our last president worked 6 or 7 days a week, that actually only works about a 4.5-day week. Rather interesting, that. I mean, I have no idea what the squatter-in-chief does when he's shuffling around in the albino McMansion, because half the time you can't understand what he's saying anyway. I will say he at least has retained his ability to read, considering that he reads his teleprompter instructions very well out loud. But, he is our president, nominally speaking, And yes, Kodak, I do tend to agree. But yeah, that was just one of the I would say that was one of the more depressing moments of the last week in terms of how we look on the world stage at the moment. It should be noted that I found his statement concerning Shinzo Abe and the assassination to be rather tasteless. I didn't expect anything other than that from this administration. And the world lost a decent man when Shinzo Abe got killed. This happens, Rock Butcher, I am not sure why it's called the White House, other than the fact that at the moment it happens to be white. I call it the Albino McMansion most of the time because, it's been a rather random occurrence that we have somebody in the Albino McMansion that I actually enjoy having there. It's rare when it happens these days. The quality of presidents seems to have gone downhill in the last couple of 100 years. The number of reasonable ones is getting fewer and fewer, which kind of sort of sucks. But it should be noted that the mainstream media, propagandist apparatchiks that they are actually beginning to make rude noises about Lord Malarkey. They're implying that at 79 years old, maybe he's too old to run for president again. Maybe. Quite bizarre. I mean, after all, age is just a number. It's a social construct along with gender and most of the other things that they're promoting over there. But even the media is beginning to make let's throw Lord Malarkey under the bus noises. The question is, who are they going to lift up to the podium next? I note that Governor Newsom decided to venture forth from the utopia that is California and go out into the world and visit horrible, disgusting places that he banned travel to for California state employees, which one presumably thinks would include him. On his list of places he visited, for some bizarre and unaccountable reason, he darkened our doorstep here in Montana. It may take a while to fumigate the place, I'm sure, but I believe he has gone slithering back to California. Let us hope he stays there. They're making noises that he might run for president. And he had an amusing confrontation with Governor DeSantis of Florida of late when he put out some public commercial type advertising type propaganda celebrating the freedoms of California. I will say that as of yet, I have not seen Governor DeSantis's replies as being up to the caliber that the goddess would have put out. Because, oh boy, I have some wonderful ideas for videos to counter that one. I really do. There are times when I would love to be a political strategist. But, a person does have to have some standards. And one of mine is no politics. Ever. Yeah, they let Dolly Madison leave with various paintings and stuff. Yep. That does not surprise me, actually, Rock Butcher. I had forgotten about that incident from the War of 1812. But yeah, Dolly Madison saved the paintings. Good for her. Yeah, we fought a war against Canada and lost. Well, the goddess could say something about the caliber of Canadians then. But, you guys have Trudeau now. I really wouldn't try it this time. I really wouldn't, because in a direct confrontation between Biden and Trudeau, I really do have to wonder. Boy, I'd almost pay for a pay-per-view ticket to see those two going out behind the barn, being a couple of bad dudes. Socks and the senile child sniffer. Yeah, that would certainly be a tweet. That would be interesting.
Pistol
Oh,
on base.
yeah, I know. Rock Butcher, it's not the rough men. It's not the common man that is the issue. It's the leaders that are in charge of things. Okay? This is the problem with all wars. The soldiers on the ground are the ones who fight. But what happens in the war also depends on the idiots that are looking at the big board and sitting in some nice, safe little strategy room zillions of miles away from everything. You know. Oh, Chris, a sinking ship in the middle of the ocean? Huh. Well, I mean, maybe Elon Musk would like to try to shoot a rocket into the sun for science and all that. That would be pretty cool. Well, yeah, the White House was whitewashed. By the way, whitewash happens to be a darn good paint. So is milk paint. Whitewash is actually good stuff. So I don't know why anybody has a problem with it these days. But have you tried to find it lately? Another one of the things that disappeared. At any rate, when it comes to gold and silver, interestingly enough, as we all know, the dollar is ostensibly going through the roof in value. One has to wonder how that's happening. And gold and silver are entering into the doldrums because, of course, in the face of the strongest U.S. dollar just about ever, obviously, precious metals are going to be weak. Yet at the same time, the banks, the pundits, the grifters on YouTube, and just about everybody else is pretty darn confident that we will still see 2,000 plus to 2,200 gold, 2,500 gold by the middle of next year. And, 30, 35, I've even seen $50 silver posited here and there by the end of this year, the middle of next year. One thing we all need to be watching right now is what happens with our copper miners, because copper and iron are the backbone of our industry, and they're our canaries in the coal mine, if you'll pardon the expression. Right now, we've already seen a couple of small cap silver mines go into care and maintenance recently, citing increased operating costs. Of course, worldwide geopolitical stuff is causing a hampering of production and a shutting down of mines in multiple countries at the moment, which is not surprising at all. When we start seeing the bigger guys talking care and maintenance, and if we start seeing copper mines talking care and maintenance, or even beginning to look like they're going to talk care and maintenance, that is the beginning of our possible bust cycle. And yeah, bust cycles tend to go along with recessions and depressions. But it should be interesting because at some point, people will once again begin turning to precious metals because precious metals are real money. They've been real money for 5,000 years. They're not going to stop being real money just because Bitcoin and things. And oh, yeah, what's going on in Bitcoin these days is really, really bizarre. Okay. The whole CFI system, the whole centralized finance, all those companies like Coinbase and Three Arrows and everybody else are stopping withdrawals, and some of them are talking bankruptcy. A lot of them are laying off people. Well, the goddess sees a definite place for digital currency. The goddess sees a definite place for decentralized digital currency. The problem I'm seeing here with all the CFI stuff, I find it most fascinating and an interesting case of cognitive dissonance that the same people who say, well, I got Bitcoin, Ethereum, Litecoin, Dogecoin, and every other coin in the known universe because I am unbanking myself. I'm sticking it to the man. I'm sticking it to the system. All about peer-to-peer decentralized finance, which is why I have a Coinbase account. And yes, the goddess has a Coinbase account. When they wanted more information from me to get my now about $45 out of there, then I had to give the real bank down the road to open a bank account. The goddess decided that it can just sit there and go to zero, or go to 100,000, or go to 1,000,000. No, I'm not a fan of centralized finance, because a bank by any other name is still a bank. And yeah, according to their own terms of service, well, let's see. They can invest your money and do anything they want with it once it is in their hands. If they happen to go bankrupt, well, they don't have to give it back to you. Oh, and by the way, a lot of these guys also have non-arbitration agreements in there that you agree to when you sign up for them that say that if they have been malfeasant or done sketchy shit, you can't sue them either. Sounds a whole lot like a bank to me. As a matter of fact, it sounds a whole lot like the Bank of America. One of the reasons we're not with them anymore. Yet, the people that are involved in this are skipping the one thing that we on Wall Street, Silver, on Reddit say all the time. If you don't hold it, you don't own it. The few voices on the crypto subreddits that say, if you don't hold the keys, you don't hold the coins, everything you have should be in a cold wallet that is not connected to the internet at any time, and you shouldn't be involved in these companies, gets routinely yelled at, screamed at, downvoted, and treated like crap for pointing out a central truth. I mean, seriously, that is the point of it. These things are just if you're going to own a cryptocurrency, get one of those cold wallet widget gizmo thingies. The only reason I didn't is because I never bought any of mine. I got it all for free, or for watching a few videos, or reading a few emails here and there for a few Satoshis here and there years ago when I was doing research for some writing projects. That's where mine came from. I never bought it. But I can tell you one thing. If I had bought that stuff, I sure as hell would have been buying a cold wallet to put it on. Because no way, no how, if I'm going to bother with something decentralized and peer-to-peer and all that happy stuff and being unbanked, then I'm damn well going to be holding my asset, such as it is. I still haven't decided exactly how you would define them as an actual hard asset, but if I'm going to hold an asset, if I'm going to unbank myself, I'm keeping my freaking money in whatever form it comes in. If it's fiat, if it's crypto, if it's real money, which would be silver and gold, it's in my possession or it's in my control, because if you do not hold it, you do not own it. And we are seeing more and more of that with China having mass protests and calling out their military because 4 of their largest banks are not giving depositors their money. Sri Lanka this week collapsed and declared bankruptcy. Their people are without gas, and a lot of them can't get a hold of their money either. We saw what happened in Canada when there were certain protests against certain draconian measures taken by certain idiots in the government up there. And the fact that our administration was watching that fracas approvingly and saying that the same kind of standards should be implemented here, where if somebody decides they don't like who you made a campaign contribution to, or a donation to, or anything else that annoys them, they lean on your bank, and your bank has no problem with the idea of saying, you can't have your money because we don't like you. We've seen banks down here enforcing social standards against conservative businesses, against gun companies. We've seen banks telling gun companies, we're refusing your service. We now have UPS telling gun companies, you're not allowed to ship perfectly legal firearm parts two perfectly legal places anymore because we don't like it. Now, it is absolutely the right of any company to say, I don't want to do business with you. I don't want your money. That's fine. But in the case of UPS, some of those gun companies had 10,000 shipments or more out there in transit. UPS not only did not guarantee those shipments would be delivered, though they were paid to deliver them, they never said a word about, well, we'll give you back your package and we'll give you back your money. No, as a matter of fact, they said they'd be happy to turn those packages over to law enforcement, even though they were illegal packages. That kind of behavior is not acceptable. It is perfectly all right for a bank to say, well, we don't want to issue you a credit card because we don't like you for whatever reason. It's even all right for a bank to tell an existing customer, we've decided we really don't like you. So, you've got X number of days to close your account and settle up all your things with us and move out your money. That's absolutely fine. But when you have situations where government officials, media officials, and other people are encouraging financial institutions to decide to institute some sort of a de facto, unregulated, unlegislated, random social credit system based on some internal consensus of opinion, then you have a problem. And it's at times like that when you really need to have, and if you don't hold it, you don't own it policy. This is true whether you're in crypto, whether you're in silver, whether you're in gold, platinum, palladium, fiat. Stack the fiat. The stuff is still useful for something. And actually, being fabric, you could use it for toilet paper, at least the American kind. With plastic money, I wouldn't do that with. But that is the problem we have here, is in the crypto community, there were lots of people who invested with the thought that I'm going to put my money in this nice, secure, centralized place where they're offering to pay me interest that is higher than any junk bond on the planet, without even wondering how they can do that. And I'm going to be a millionaire in a few years. Now we are seeing Bitcoin and the others going into a deep dip again, which they do now and then as the nature of the business. We're seeing these companies declaring bankruptcy, shutting off the ability to withdraw funds, not even talking to their customers, etc. And people seem to be a little surprised by this. It's like, you said you wanted to be unbanked, so you decided to do business with somebody that acts and has the same terms of service as your average bank, but does not have the regulatory framework that banks do. That doesn't have to FDIC insure your deposit. Well, that seems a little bit contradictory. Then again, you see this with silver as well. On Wall Street Silver, you see plenty of people who one moment are saying silver is real money, gold is real money. The next minute, they're talking about selling money. You don't sell money, you spend it. Okay? They're talking about, there's a dichotomy and a certain dissonance between the concept of money, the concept of investment, the concept of hedge against inflation, all of that, and the real world of things. Now, this always is going to come down to one thing, especially now with the recession and the coming world economic crash, which is really, really going to be unpleasant here. If you don't hold it, you don't own it. So please, whatever you decide to invest in, personally, the goddess is entirely out of the stock market until it corrects and kind of gets close to reality again. But, that's fine. Whatever you decide to hold and you decide to own, make sure you have control of it, because it has become painfully obvious across all of these financial vehicles, not just in the US, but elsewhere, that the people you are trusting with your assets are not exactly acting in your best interests. Shocking, I know. But oh well, I'm a cynic, you know. Bye bye.
Here's my thinking.
All right.
I'll set a stopwatch here. And while you're doing your talk, people can get on there and give their number.
Shut that light off. I got it.
Yeah, everybody.
I was in the dark.
Yeah.
Nobody could see me.
It shines off this board. It just has
Oh,
a
yeah.
right angle.
The goddess's number is pi.
Hi.
Sorry, it's going to be a whole integer. We don't do fractional coins. Okay, folks. Jim has brought a book here he's going to give away.
All right.
No, only positive integers, Chris. Now, I'm going to set a stopwatch here in just a moment. And everyone can put in an integer between 1 and 99. And let's see. Ooh, I guess I'll have to use 9 coins, huh?
All right. We'll start with Argonaut 42, Lars
Just a
7,
second.
Chris 2.
42.
Just a minute. Just a minute. Stopwatch.
And I bet he has
Okay.
a towel,
All
too.
right. This is a signed copy from the author, Reese Towns. And
yeah, 49.
Argonaut is a fruity dude who knows where his towel is.
and it's a good book, guys, to have in your gold book collection or your library. There's some really good information in there. Reese has come up with some really interesting information as far as drainages go over the years of doing what he's doing. He's very successful at finding gold wherever he is, whether it's in Arizona or Nevada or Montana or Idaho. He's got a pretty good section also within Australia in this book, him and another guy. Real good knowledge if you're about metal detecting and trying to understand, where you should be looking for gold. And he is coming out with another new book somewhere in the near future. He's working on that right now. I'm kind of going to be interested to see what he comes up with. It does have quite a few photographs and things in it. I think he said like 169 photos in here, and they're very, very good photos. Get that up there, like that. They're very, very, done very well. So he can be reached at Gold Seeker Books. That's the publishing that he's doing. I'll also get his website in here. It's Gold Seeker Adventures, I believe. Gold Seeker Books, Reese Towns. Let's see, where is his? goldseekerbooks.com. I believe he's got another email or something in here too. Gold Seeker Adventures. Because he does do some guided trips, takes people out and teaches them how to work their mine labs and things.
That's cool.
Yeah.
Dang, I like that one.
Well, it's in here somewhere. I don't know where he put his email, but goldseekerbooks.com. You can get a copy if you want to buy one. And I believe they're about $25 a copy, something like that.
Correct, Rock.
We got quite the group here all of a sudden. That's good.
We have one lady tonight.
Yep.
There's one Tiffany.
Yep. Hello, Tiffany. And what we'll have you do is once we figure out who is the winner, we will have you just email Keith's email with your information, and we will get it sent out to you.
Kodak, do you want to change your number?
Oh, he just wants 2.
Nope. Okay. Yeah, Lars, from 1 to 100, but it's probably going to be 2 digits.
Yeah.
Okay.
Keep it to 2 digits or less.
1 minute and counting. No, there's not going to be a rocket launch.
You got Robert, 75.
Robert's happenings.
Yeah.
Goldstream, I don't think that one's going to work. That's an invalid number. You have dialed an invalid number.
My number is pi. It identifies as a whole integer.
If you can change your mind, give you a goose egg. I thought I saw you before, Chris, but I don't see anything now. So you want 0, huh? Okay.
0 isn't between 1 and 100.
It'll be closest. Okay, 5 minutes is up. I'm going to read the numbers now. If anyone wishes to change. Goldstream. Okay. 77.3125 is a little more than 77. If it's the closest, that's right. $77.3125.
I claimed pi.
Eva says pi, huh?
Well, yeah.
Okay, so I'm going to go through here. That's the same as 560s. Okay. Things are digital. We're going to go closest number, but Goldstream is going to be really upset if it was 76 and somebody got 76. We don't have 76? No,
we
but
don't.
we do have a 75. Okay, I'm going to read through the list here. If anyone wants to change
or get in on this, because I see
They
we
can-
have more people watching than we do in here for numbers.
Okay, so David Villa, 49. Lawrence Sawicki, 63. Lars,
Hi, Lawrence.
7. Kodak, 69. Apparently, Eva knows Lawrence.
Hold on a second. Lawrence, when you get his email him about this resin problem so you can help me work on it.
Jeff Bybee, 61. No, John. Rock Butcher, 22. Kevin Old, 35. Paul Coover, 71. Mr. Virtue, 13. Billy Arizona Prospector, 33. At it, 57. Tiffany Wetzel, 64. Robert's Happening, 75. Chris Georgie, 0. Goldstream, 77.3125. And Eva, pi. Okay.
I bet 42 is going to get it because he's a fruity dude who knows where his fowl's at.
Okay, Lawrence. Here's my email here.
Yeah, Lawrence is from Reddit. Hi, Lawrence.
Where is my clipboard? It's
Fellow
been taken.
silverback.
Oh, well.
Lars wants 26. What did Lars have before?
7.
He wants to
Hard
go
rock, you would have-
26.
Okay, so There's my email, Lawrence. Lars, you want 26 instead of 7.
Shaggy, you got a number in here? Get a number in here. We're drawing for a book,
A really cool book.
a number between 1 and 99. We're drawing for a good book here by Reese Towns here in Montana. Very good nugget guy.
Okay, Shaggy, you've got just seconds to get a number in between. Might as well make it between 10 and 99.
We got it, Lars.
Okay. Okay, Shaggy is 67.
Yep, good number.
Good number. Shaggy is 67. Okay. So we now take 10 coins.
This is gonna be hilarious.
You're gonna have to move the camera so you can show them
Yeah.
with your tail.
I don't. They're just going to have to trust us.
He can do it right here on the table, and we'll call it good.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5,
Sorry, Jim, we're
6,
short on the ounce
7.
of gold.
8, 9,
Maybe next
10.
some other dime.
And for further randomization, they're even different coins.
Four is probably the easiest to
All right.
do, huh?
Yeah, as long as they don't fly all over. Okay. 1, 2 heads, 3, 4,
Yeah.
5, 6, 7, 8.
8.
8.
8 heads and
Yep.
verify we got
1 tails. That's
2
tails.
tails. Okay. So we have 8 heads, 2 tails for a total of 10. So that's good. So it's 80 is the 8 is the first digit.
I see 5, right?
1.
Actually, you should add up all the dates, take the average, and do a square root, and that would be your number.
Okay.
We're not trying to make it
And 5.
complicated.
So we have 85, which I think is higher than any number, except the closest one is, believe it or not, Goldstream at 77.3125.
All right, we'll do it.
So Goldstream, you got it. Email me where you want that book sent. Okay.
Yeah, we'll get it to you.
So we will have another giveaway of something relatively soon.
That's pretty hilarious. Oh. Oh, okay.
And everybody else should go check out our local person's website.
If you
hand
want
delivered.
if you want to come over here, you
Yeah.
can get it hand delivered. Not a problem. I'm sure Jim would be happy to.
Yeah.
We'll meet you at the border in Coots.
Coots. Yeah.
Yeah, Jim
Yeah,
will
the-
stand in
the
Sweetwater.
crossing.
You can stand in Coots.
Yeah. Yeah. Throw it across the border. All right. Well, I wanted to bring this subject up. Hopefully I can get this all in the picture here decently. Because I've been at 3 mines in the last month. And only one of the guys was willing to trench across the drainage. And the things that we can learn from a cutaway view of actually trenching across the drainage can really honestly put you on to the gold, especially as a commercial type operation. You have to really understand what it is you're chasing and where your strip ratios and how you make money and not go broke just moving gravel. Basically, I did this about as simple as I really can to show how you've got 2 different events. You've got multiple stream braiding, which is this rock area, and this rock area. You've got your upper layers of sand or gravels can be unconsolidated, but virtually barren of gold, which is normal. Well, Gold Stream, these guys, a lot of guys, and I'll kind of back up here. A lot of guys want to dig a hole, and that's fine. And you can shaft, do it the old way and run a shaft down also. And I'm going to explain that a little more when I get farther in here, why it's not always the best idea. If you can bring in equipment, and even if you can only do one trench across the drainage to understand the profile, maybe you have to do it in sections where you can only do, this section, you can't bother the stream, and then you can do a separate section. So you may have to do it in sections. Ideally, your notebook would look like this, showing the face. This is how my field notebooks look, is trying to understand the strata and how it was layered and what we're looking at for events. In this case, I drew in a clay layer in here, which, kind of assumes false bedrock in a way. It doesn't necessarily have to be a false bedrock, but it separates two completely different events. The original event with the heavier, bigger boulders and stuff, and then a braiding event that happened later as a flooding type event or major event that shows the stream, how the stream braided at different points. And this whole layer, basically from here down, can have gold short of the clay. Your clay layer, you may have gold in the first inch or two of that clay layer, but your clay becomes impenetrable. Once you've got consolidated hard-packed gravels or clay, you've got no penetration of that gold deeper than that situation. That is one reason by doing this versus coming up here and possibly digging a hole, you may get into this layer that's got gold over here before you get to the bedrock. And that'll tell you that, okay, there's an event here, but the fact is that you can't base a whole mining operation on one hole that you get into gold either. The other thing is coming over here. If you were to shaft an area here, you may get to that clay layer and dig into 2 feet of clay and say, well, hell, there's no gold here. We only found a little bit of gold right at the edge of the clay layer, and you've completely missed what's actually in here. John, did layers depend on what you're seeing for the strat? If you start coming down and you got, 3 feet of sandy clay, minor cobble, and then you start getting into some gravels, you want to look and identify each level completely separately as far as trying to predict values or to build this actually into a reserve. But that's the problem with just digging a single hole, is you may get on gold. The thing is, if you were to put the hole over here somewhere, you may never see any gold. Yeah, in this case, you've got at least 2 different events because of this clay layer in here. And it could be 3 events. I mean, 2 of these may have been formed by one event. This might be a third separate event, depending on how the upper clay layers, or possibly even glacial fill over the top of the deposit. But this is the reason that by trenching, you can get a big picture. And like I say, even if you have to trench this in, a couple different stretches across to get across the drainage because of the water and issues, you want to look at how it's stratified and where it ended up, because the bigger gold event is this event here under that clay layer. And this could be pay gravel, especially if you find out what this pay gravel's paying. It could pay from that layer down, but you can get your strip ratios according to where you're not losing money. You want to throw that material off. So if this gets lean in here, you want to know that, so that you're just stripping it. Get the good gravels, get the good rock, strip the lower value material, unless economically it can pay to run all of it. But I mean, a lot of gold miners are still of the aspect of run yardage, and that's not true. You want to run value. You only want to run gravels that have gold, so you've got recovery. Yeah, true, Chris. You run into your bedrock, down in here. If there's a fractured bedrock in here, you dig until you can't find any more gold, and sometimes that can be 8 feet into bedrock. Exactly, Jim. And as a geologist, you're looking at it much, much closer than most of these guys would. I mean, I had one pointed out to me the other day that was a fine line between the glacial material and the pay gravel. And we were taking all of it as feed material for the plant until we realized that there was just an ultra slight difference between the two. And when we separated the two and took the better material, you could see the increase in gold almost instantly within 10 yards. It was like, holy shit. That little bit of dilution that we had with that glacial material on the edge was knocking the hell out of the values when we were running it completely through the plant. Definitely, John, you always want to find out where bedrock is, because your biggest gold anomaly is probably going to be close to the bottom, but not necessarily so, depending on where it's being fed from. If you've got multiple areas in a drainage or multiple fault zones going up the drainage, the gold could be coming from 2 or 3 different sources. And as you see the gold and you get to understand the gold, you start to see that, okay, this red gold here came from a different source than this stuff here that has a little bit of quartz in it or something, or completely different colors in gold. You know you've got multiple sources. Or really pounded fine gold, flattened gold versus really aggressive, coarse, sandpaper, rough gold. And that you don't get to until you actually pull gold. But trying to understand, and the best way to understand a placer is by trench cutting. And I know Jim here, Rock Butcher, will say the same thing. Even with hard rock, a lot of times trenching across the side of the mountain and looking at the bedrock that isn't oxidized completely or isn't covered in ground vegetation, get rid of the organics or surface material, you can get to where you can start to read the rock a little bit as you go along with your trench. That's true, Jim. It becomes very important, and that's what you don't really see on, let's say, Gold Rush or one of the shows, is they really don't tell you how important the excavator operator is to where to cut, what's overburden, and what's pay gravel. And the other thing is, when in doubt, get a pan out and use your frickin' pan, because you just take a handful of gravel and go down and wash it and see what's happening here. And that's another thing that's really hard, even with gold miners, is to get them to test. Get out and keep checking as you're going down through these layers. Keep checking those layers, because you may have an area, in here that actually has gold in a level that over here you don't see any gold in it. No, clay doesn't necessarily, mean it's bedrock or false bedrock. It tells you that there was an event that sealed off something below it in most cases. It may have been a volcano going off, and that's a volcanic clay layer or something else, or a big rain event that actually farther up the drainage turned some of that material and laid it down over the top of existing material. Definitely, by trenching, though, you can identify that maybe there's multiple pay layers in the system, and you can also start to indicate you can get an idea of how to mine it if you're going to mine it in patterns of stripping and mining. You can do layers that you can take an area, get enough high grade to go with some low grade to make it worth mining that panel, before you move over to the next panel. Trenching is the way to go, guys. And I don't care if it's just a little dry drainage. If you can get to bedrock on the edge, trench that thing down, follow the bedrock, follow it back up the other side, and then you got this picture. You can see what events and where you want to be mining, and the rest of it's a non-event. Most of the time when you see, big gravel or big boulder channels like this, that's your high energy channel. That's going to be your bigger gold. Down in the, the bottom here was a big event. That's the stuff you're actually chasing. And if you're up here on top digging through the organic material and only got me partway into this and you're telling your buddy, shit, there ain't no gold here, that's not necessarily true. Most of you guys are walking over ground that has some of these characteristics, and you're not digging the hole and sampling correctly to find the gold that you're walking right over the top of. And this will also tell you, you can start to predict that if this stream was braiding, there very well might be some areas where they crossed over, that you'll get into some big pocket areas that can have really substantial amounts of gold if these braided channels crossed over each other. It kind of is like X's on the ground. But you have to do some stripping, or you have to channel at some point so you can see how is this drainage laid down. And I bring this up, like I said, I've been at 3 different mines in the last month, and only one guy was willing to actually try to figure out what's happening and how do we high grade it better to get the results that pay for the operation. Because if you start, doing something, even at this, if you were to panel this section here and move up gradient, this channel may move somewhere over here. And if you stay on that panel, you're going to run out of gold at some point as you're moving up drainage. And you need to know those things before you get there and you run for a month and the gold is getting less and less and less. And pretty soon now you're just moving dirt and wearing out equipment and not making any money. Go ahead, Keith. Jump in.
This makes perfect sense to me here, but my question is, from a practical standpoint, let's say that these channels here were the only thing that had gold, that this wasn't. How do you dig just that? Do you actually...
You'd strip to, let's just say here, and then you'd have to carefully strip and feel that cobble as you're hitting it, and so that you strip this out, and then you excavate. This basically would be going to the plant, unless some of this sandier material yielded. If there was no gold laying on this clay layer, or let's just, even if that was bedrock, if all of a sudden you run out of gold in here, you just try to cut back to where that boulder channel kind of somewhat stopped. So you're minimizing. This is what's going to the plant.
So basically,
just that one area.
You're stripping just above it and moving in short enough movements that you can stay just above it.
Right. In this case, if once you identified that strip may be able to lay up here, so that when you go to backfill, it's a matter of just dozering it right back in.
Mm-hmm.
Done deal. You try to move the material the least amount that you can, because every time you have to move them piles and pick them up and move them, you're talking, like, especially with fuel now, you're talking $3 a yard to move it.
Well, in this case here, I can see that, again, if we were just staying above the clay layer.
Yeah, staying above that.
Like you said, if you can trench this out and leave your spoils right next to it, that's going to be a lot easier to backfill than if you were digging this whole area.
Right.
Not only are you going to get a lot of dilution, but you got to move that somewhere.
Well, it's almost impossible to mine a complete drainage side to side all at the same time. Usually they'll do it in patterns. You try to find those pay zones, and let's just say this is pattern 1. Well, at this point here, we run out of gold. So you got that pocket in there is about all you got.
Mm-hmm.
So you do your strip, throw it back, take out your gold value, your ore values, you're rocking that, pattern that back. Then this strip can go over the top, make your next strip up, and then come back. And at that point, you may be able to put a creek channel in over here somewhere, move this existing creek up drainage over here, and then you can mine that in one piece. So you maybe have 3 cuts here going up the drainage.
Now, if you were, say, stripping this one here, okay, you've got, I presume, topsoil here,
Right. You've got your organic material.
and then you've got this other side.
You got this sandy.
So would you like windrow one to one side and one to the other
You
side?
You could.
That would make
You know,
it
a lot
real
of,
easy to
it
put it back
depends on the depth too, because if you
Yeah.
have a lot of depth, you literally are going to end up putting spoils on both sides of you
Yeah.
until you can get to the gravel layers. Now, if they're dry, I mean, if this was a fairly narrow existence, you might be able to mine it all in one piece. But in a lot of cases, especially if you've got a wet drainage, that it's really hard to do. You might, like I say, you may have to pattern it twice and then build a creek channel in here. Like here in Montana, that's fairly easy to do by getting what they call a 310 permit for mining, and you can move the creek, and they may make you put it back where it was, or if you do a good enough job on the design and landscaping here, they'll say that's perfect. Just leave it. You put it in that channel and leave it there after you're done, and do the reclamation on the rest of the drainage. And in a lot of cases, by mining some of these drainages, you can actually get a better fishery as well. I mean, it is a selling point if you can work with the people you're dealing with as far as permitting and that. Because some of these drainages have old workings in the main part of where you see the water. And a lot of that, if that can be buried and changed and get the water on the surface again in a nice channel, you end up with a lot better fishery later on. So, there's a lot of, see, Goldstream here in Montana, we still can move water, provided it is not a bull trout issue. Oh, Shaggy, yeah. I mean, a lot of times the biggest channel is down here in the bottom, and where you see water on the surface, not to say there isn't water going through all of this porous material, but where you actually see the existing creek, that's probably one of the last events that has changed in here, from the creek being here to the creek being in 3 different places here to where you see it today. I mean, standing on top of ground and looking up a drainage literally tells you nothing.
Yeah.
I can kind of predict after years and years of being in drainages and mining, it'll tell me a little bit, but mainly the only thing it'll tell me is where the controls are on the 2 sides of the drainage, unless there's some big outcropping of bedrock in the middle of the drainage somewhere. Looking at it visually at what you see today doesn't mean anything. That's very true, Jim. In a lot of cases, this creek might be over here somewhere, and it's not anywhere. The benching could be completely different. I mean, I could redraw this 100 different ways, but in a lot of cases, the true placer may be way up here on the side of a bench. And that placer, as it eroded, fed the creek. But the actual original event might not even be where the water course is. And that's something that a lot of guys miss. And that's something that the metal detector guys occasionally pick up on. If they're working the side hills and the benches somewhere up on the edges of that, a lot of times they may pick up on the ancient channel that's not even in the drainage. And you'll see that a lot in Alaska and places that they're 300 feet up the hill from the drainage, from what you see as the drainage, and that's where they're getting the actual gold. They're not even in the drainage. Any other questions, guys? I mean, I'm trying to cover this as good as I can and to give you guys as much information on why certain things are better to do than others. Because this is one that I see all the time, that they're like, oh man, it's a lot of money or a lot of work to cut a trench all the way across that drainage. But the better you can figure this out, the richer you're going to have in values when you're not screwing with a bunch of overburden and just running material for the fun of running, whether it's your high banker or a big wash plant. Definitely, John. Yeah, California, you got river channels on top of the mountain. And I'm sure here in Montana you do too. There's places that this has all been changed from what was ancient once. Yeah, Chris, we usually try to pump so we're digging dry or as dry as we can. I mean, sometimes if we're trenching and we can dig fast before too much water comes in, we might get away with before we have to bring in pumps. The other thing here, that other point I guess I want to make is you take photographs, you map this stratigraph as to what you're seeing. Bulk test any material if you can get out material in separate increments. You really want to look at deposition because that's where it's going to save you from spending an awful lot of money and not making any. That's why exploration becomes way more important than getting mining. And everybody wants to get mining. Let's get some equipment. Let's buy this stuff. And they don't even have a mining claim yet or don't have a place to even go mine, but they're out buying equipment, which is completely backwards of what you want to do. What you want to do is get a piece of ground to look at, or maybe you're buying a mining claim, take a trench cut across the damn thing and see what's happened, what was old workings, because all that'll become identifiable if you can trench cut it. Yeah, well, not everybody's up to that much work, Chris, as far as trying to do drifting. But drifting can be a damn good way of making a lot of money if you get it set up correctly.
How deep do you have to have?
Some of the drifting I've dug up, some of it only had 6 feet of ground on top of it.
Huh.
I mean, the thing is it was 6 feet of ground. They didn't know how to move, but if they could come in the creek and drift out into it and then follow like this, like here in the old days, what they would have done is sunk a shaft basically to find the pay zone. And once they found the pay zone, they could drift off up gradient so that the drift would drain. And then if they had to, they would punch another hole to come to surface so they could take the gravels out, and everything they're working in was basically dry because it could drain down gradient.
Okay.
So a lot of times they were digging at a 45 to the drainage like that until they got out here to where they hit bedrock.
Okay.
Or ran out of gold. A pit on top of an old mine, as in hard rock, Shaggy. A pit can be a lot of things too. Define pit, because if it could be a test hole, it could be a stope that caved from the underground. Sometimes the surface will leave you a depression because it caved. And you'll see this in placer. If they drifted in a drainage, you'll find depressions out here sometimes where that ground settled. Well, if there's no rock piles around it, like they dug it out, it piled, that means it's sunk on a drift. It settled on a drift. And if they were drifting, in a lot of cases, there was rich enough ground to do the drifting. So there's a good chance that there's pay under there yet today. Yeah, correct, Chris. They would slope just enough that whatever they were digging in could drain out between their feet under and get out of the hole. Yeah, it could be sluice tunnels, and in a case like in California or that, there was not a lot of sluice, tunneling with sluices here per se. It was mainly drifting under the overburden layers so that they could get to these pay channels without moving all that surface material. Well, if it leads to more questions, guys, as we continue going along week to week and month to month, if you think of a question, write it down, bring it, because that's the whole point of doing this, is the educational part of what we're doing. I mean, there's a lot of different ways to try to mine something like this, but nowadays, really with equipment, and that may be just a tractor backhoe and a skid loader or something, but you can do it in panels so that it works for the type of equipment or the size of equipment you're doing. I have not, Jim, I have never found any clothing. I've found gold teeth from the Chinese, the caps from their teeth. I've found bottles. I've looked for candle holders in a lot of these mines I've been in. I've never found a damn candle holder yet, but I sure want one. It'd be worth the work, John, to drive up there and play around. I don't know like in Minnesota, I don't know what the rules are. I know in Wisconsin you can, in Michigan you can high bank the sands and that along Lake Superior. I didn't really put a vertical scale on this, but let's just say it's 22 feet from here to here. So you've got like 3 foot and 2 foot layers and a foot and 6 feet or something, just random. I kind of left it wide open to see where we could go with the, talking about it. But the biggest thing is bringing the fact that if you really want to understand the drainage, the best thing to do is trench across it, because you can start to get a picture of, if you went 100 yards up the drainage and did the same thing between the two pictures, you could start to predict how much yardage is in this zone, how much yardage is in, this next zone, and how much strip you've got. And literally, you could create what they would call a reserve by doing that. Once you can predict roughly what the dollars per yard in bulk sampling, what your dollars per yard for each level are, and then what kind of width or height, depth you've got, you can start to predict the value of this deposit with maybe 2 trenches in the deposit.
One of the things that is curious to me is, how do you determine the grade when it's not at the trench? I mean, 50 feet up this channel.
What I do is I would come in here and basically, let's just say that this is a channel sample right here. From here to here would be sample 1, and that may be a 1 foot wide channel that I got. Let's just say I got 2 5-gallon pails out of that 1 foot wide channel, foot by a foot in depth.
Mm-hmm.
That would be my sample 1. This would be my sample 2 down to the clay layer. That's not writing on that very good. That would be my second sample.
Mm-hmm.
And then once we went into the clay, in this case, that would be sample 3, which is null and void, short of a little bit of gold maybe right at that clay layer.
But what I'm talking about is, to build a reserve, you have to do it in 3 dimensions. So this channel here goes that way.
So you go up drainage, in this case, like Jim just brought up, 25 meters, or let's say 100 feet, and trench again.
Okay.
Now you've got this picture, and you've got the exact opposite picture up there, and the picture of what's ahead of you.
Mm-hmm. So
So you can start to make predictions.
okay.
And you can see, does the depth stay similar as you go to that second cut?
Mm-hmm.
If there's a lot of similarity, you can start to predict the amount of volume between here and that 100 feet, and it's X amount deep, and it's so wide. You can start to calculate, and you know the grade from the bulk sampling. If you sampled like this trench, if you sampled that in a 10 yards maybe or something, you could predict the values there.
Mm-hmm.
And then you can calculate the bank yardage, bank run yardage,
Okay.
and make the calculations to, aerating that, pulling it out of the hole, you're going to have some swell. So
Yeah.
you want to calculate that into it. And if it's a lot of boulders, you get a lot of swell. So you can calculate the yardage and figure out, is this viable? Is it economics?
Now, is it better to have a lot of cobble and boulder that are easily rejected, or is it better to have something kind of intermediate
It's
size?
still, I would rather just have really good gravels
Okay.
without getting into that. But the fact is that little bit of gravel in here might be richer than all of this combined.
Yeah.
That's, so you end up having to run all that nasty crap.
Okay.
Just because of the value differences. So your swell might be 50% here. I mean, 50% of this material is basically reject material on your grizzly.
Mm-hmm.
The fact is that might be the richest pocket in there.
Mm-hmm.
Is because this gold could penetrate all of this unconsolidated gravels. When you get into packed layers, if you're digging in really packed layers where gold is not going to penetrate through that, it's not even worth trying to run it.
Yeah.
Exactly, Chris. That's exactly what I'm saying, is the order of magnitude in how high grade this little pocket here might be. And it makes this whole thing worth mining, because the high value here, and maybe this is just an intermediate value of $15 a yard. This could be hundreds of dollars a yard.
Well, I've seen on loaders where they have, I don't know what they call it, a brush bucket is one sort of thing, but
Right.
basically where it's just a bunch of ribs.
It's somewhat screened.
So
yeah.
So you can do it, and then you'd pick it up and then wash it and then throw those away.
Yep, you could do that.
Okay.
If you don't have a plant big enough to take these boulders, that's a way to do it.
Yeah.
Is roll the boulders out with like a small excavator or backhoe or whatever. Roll the boulders out for now. Go put them in a pile, and then take the gravels and then wash the boulder pile, and then move the boulders and clean up under it.
Okay.
That's another way of doing it. Depends on the size of the dredge, Shaggy. Some of the dredges that ran here could dig as deep as 47 feet. And there was dredges actually like in Alaska and that were actually far deeper than that even. One of the limitations of what they could dredge in a lot of cases, though, was when they got into the big boulders, the dredge stopped right here when they started banging off the boulders. So they never got the big channels necessarily either, because as soon as those buckets start bouncing off them big boulders down there and throwing the dredge, they had to lift.
Yeah, because otherwise
They couldn't. It beat the thing to death.
Yeah.
So that was one of the limitations, and that's another thing about looking at drainages, is understanding the limitations that the old timers had. Yeah, Chris, some of those they actually dredged, 2 passes. They did an upper pass, and then they did a lower pass too. So you have to kind of go back, and hopefully there's history on what happened in the drainage. But yeah, there were some big dredges. And I believe the last one coming into Helena here in the 1950s was like 100-footer, 90-footer too.
Uh-huh.
It was a big one. But that was, quite more modern day as far as dredges went.
I'm just checking messages here.
Shaggy, as far as, I guess define dredge, if you're looking at bucket line dredges, or you're talking modern day dredging with pumps. But I don't know of anywhere there's a 4-foot rule. Usually you can go to bedrock. It's just how big a hole can you make where you're working with the water and because even some of the old wooden dredges, the bucket lines that ran here, some of those were 27-foot booms. They were able to get deeper than you think. Oh yeah, drag line, honestly, if your strip ratio up in here is fairly deep, a drag line is actually the most efficient way to move a lot of strip because, first of all, if you've got 45 or 65 feet of boom, you can basically cast that bucket 75 feet out. You can do your strip and you can pile at a 45-degree angle that you can't do with an excavator. I don't care how big an excavator you got. You can't do an area repose behind you, a pile behind you at a 45-degree slope, where with a drag line, you can do that. A drag line looks slow, but the fact is it's about one of the most efficient ways of moving a lot of dirt in a reasonable amount of time, especially with strip ratios. I mean, we were just up in a drainage looking at what they did back in about 1980. They were drag lining it. And they were down 47 feet in the cut from the top. They were drag lining it from the top. They never had to set the drag line down into the actual cut. And it's a huge cut. It's neater than hell what they did. Mm-hmm. And I don't know how big of a machine. I'm going to say it was probably a 60-foot boom. It was a pretty good sized machine. Mm-hmm. And they did a hell of a neat operation there, the way they stripped the drainage, and they had a lot of strip to get to the pay zone, but the pay zone was exceptionally rich.
They didn't have to do a lot of reclamation back then either, did they?
They did quite a bit on this drainage, but as they were moving forward, they were backfilling some of what they were taking.
Pink silver? You ever heard of pink silver, little one?
I haven't seen that.
In rock, Paul, or give us a little more background. Pink in the sun. Because silver can have a rose element to a color to it.
I don't know. Like you say, is it a natural mineral or is it something artificial?
Sulfate, maybe. That'd be another question, Chris. That's a good question. I would be looking more to cobalt than I would bismuth, but you could have both. Well, in that case, Lars, if you think you have placer in that 300 feet, try to trench, even if you can't trench right where the water is, just trench part of it and see what kind of gravels and rock. I mean, if you've got unconsolidated gravels mixed, different sizes, all laying at different angles and stuff, you may have gold there. That would be easy to take out. Shines pink in the sun.
Yeah, again, is it artificial or natural? If it's artificial, there's lots of things they can do.
Yeah, the best thing there is have it tested. What is it? Yeah, Chris, and I talked to somebody that knows a lot more than me the other day, and we were talking about IP testing and seismic. And he said every place they were trying to use seismic and IP, he said the success sucked. And I said, really? And he said, nope, go back to doing exactly this. Trench the damn drainage. He said, we thought we had luck, and where we think we'd have depth based on the seismic or the IP readings, he said it'd be shallow, bedrock would be shallower than hell. He said it was never accurate. And he said, at first he thought it was maybe the guys reading the graph, reading the charts. And he said, after trying enough different companies in that, in a lot of these bigger operations, he said, no, it's not accurate. He said, there still is no good way to figure out where the bedrock depths and pockets are, short of just dig it and find it.
I think a radar might be able to do that, but I don't know.
Well, you'd think with the technologies we have now, you'd have some luck. But he said, honestly, he said, we've tried it enough different times in different drainages in Alaska and in the States here. And he said, nope. He said, nope, dig it. Dig it, and you can do this. You can map it. And you can actually get honest, readings and understand what's going on.
I can see how, even if you had a map showing a different material here and there and this, wouldn't do you much good without knowing what.
Well,
it
and
is.
drilling can tell you if you can get through the boulders. Drilling can give you bedrock, and it can tell you maybe how much overburden you've got before you get into gravels. But as far as getting a sample of the value, drilling is no good either, because you're pulling in material as you're pulling it out.
I think you need to have like a big auger, like a designed to put in pilings or something.
Yeah, 28-inch augers or something. But the problem is, you start hitting boulders, and then you're done. Well, there you're done. You're not getting through it.
Enough explosives, and we can get through anything.
And they do have, if they do big casing, they can do a clam bucket casing like they were doing on the island up there. I mean, that you could get a pretty reasonable sample by doing one bucket at a time like that.
Yeah.
Clamming it out and having sliding a casing with it, so you had no dilution to the hole. That would be a fairly accurate sampling system. But not everybody's got that kind of equipment sitting around. It's not, there is companies that do that. But in placer, a bulk sample is definitely a better way to go, because 10 yards is going to be way more representative than a couple of pans or 1 yard. Because if you're taking 1 yard, you're taking a small enough area that you may or may not get a nugget effect, which can be, you really want to throw that number out. You don't want highs unless you can reproduce it. If you can consistently reproduce highs with a nugget, then okay, the ground is pretty freaking good. But if all of a sudden you dig the one hole and you get the one nugget, you kind of want to take the nugget out of the numbers. Does the rest of it have enough value to mine it?
Yeah.
And if it does, then the nugget is icing on the cake. But if you have to have the nugget to make it pay, then you better go dig another hole and see if you can reproduce it. Because if you can't reproduce the results, you don't want to be lying to yourself oh man, let's buy a whole bunch of equipment and get in here and get mining. But honestly, guys, spend the time hunting historical values, hunting historical drainages, and do the testing. Then if it says, yes, this is mineable, then you start looking at equipment or getting an investor and figuring out how you're going to mine it.
Yeah.
First, you want to find it. Well,
in placer, you just have to concentrate it and weigh it. Yeah.
Exactly, John. You create. And for that fact, you can start with not a lot of money. It's really go up, start learning a drainage. You can do a lot of homework right from home with all the different information that's available through these offices, the Bureau of Mines and the Department of Interior. And there's a lot of ways to do a lot of stuff without even getting on the ground. Then when you get on the ground, you can start to identify the drainage, or maybe where a mining claim would be a good place, or lease a mining claim from somebody to go in and test.
Hey, Rock, have you seen any places where XRF works decently for gold and hard rock either?
No.
I mean, as far as I know, the signal to noise ratio just sucks.
XRF for gold by itself I've never seen a lot of success there.
Yeah, that's my thought. The signal to noise ratio sucks when you're talking gold and rock. It'd have to be extremely rich.
The XRF can give you a lot of the indicator minerals, though, and levels that mean that there's a good chance you may find some gold or copper or silver.
Yeah. And once you check them out, but now if you're trying to check the alloy concentration, then that would make sense. You know, if you want to check a gold bar, that XRF can give you decent results. But the rock itself, I mean, 1 ounce per ton is like 1 part in 40,000 or something.
Yep.
It's ridiculous. Now that's why rock is going to be doing our resin, because it should be in percentage points. You know, right now, Eva's getting concentrations depending upon where the resin is in circuit and stuff, anywhere from, you know, maybe 1% roughly up to about 4 or 5%.
You can back this up and get in the picture here again.
Yeah.
Get in the screen here, little Keith.
Oh man, I'm asleep.
Yeah,
There's
you're
bags
not
under my
I'll
eyes.
slap you if you fall
Oh,
asleep.
And
jeez.
depending on the volatilization, it could actually be double that.
Yeah, that's been, Jim, that's been my thing too. XRF, a lot of times it can give you the indicator levels though, you know, iron and different, some of the different concentrates, but as far as for gold by itself, no.
Yeah.
It's somewhat accurate on copper, that from the testing I've done, you know, if it's
you have to
showing
have a much higher
well,
concentration.
it's a percentage. Actually, even
Yeah.
on XRF, it'll give you a percentage. But with gold, I've had where it had high, you know, it showed gold.
Yeah.
And you could assay that shit all day long, and there's no gold in it. And I've had other places that said no gold, and the assays come back with a reasonable amount of gold. And it's like, okay, the XRF is not accurate on gold.
Yeah. Well, I've seen it do that on some samples I had with platinum.
Yeah.
And the thing that really got me suspicious, and this is an unusual thing, but it's one of those things that'll tick you off. They were all about the same. These were different samples from different structures in the same mine. They were all showing 1 ounce per ton platinum. It's like, no.
Was there any platinum
No.
in it? Yeah.
No.
That's,
Fire assay showed
see,
nothing.
that's the thing is
Yep.
whatever it's actually reading, I don't, you know,
Somebody told
it's
me
false
that
positives,
there was something
false
like
negatives.
a molybdenum or something like that that could do that. I forget. Somebody told me years ago. Rock might know. Yeah. But yeah, there was some particular interference somebody said that would do that when you're trying to look at it. How about metal detectors? For placer gold, makes a lot more sense. There's times when they will work fine, but
Rich hard rock, it can work too if you're close to it.
I don't know, man. It has to be really rich.
Yeah, no, I know.
Yeah. And you know, the
I mean, all of this technology is, you know, everything you can do is one more tool in the toolbox for trying to identify, you know, gold.
Yeah.
I use my metal detectors quite often.
This
You know?
is very sad.
what?
Jill Biden, Dr. Jill, Hispanic community is as unique as breakfast tacos. And she can't pronounce bodega either.
Yeah.
As unique as breakfast tacos? I've heard of breakfast burritos.
Yeah, she was at a Latinx
Yeah, no.
celebration convention or something.
Yeah. Put her foot in her mouth.
She
Yeah.
put both feet in her mouth along with several other people's feet.
Exactly, Jim. I mean, if you can chase the contacts or get maps that identify contact zones, there's more than likely you're going to be able to find a vein of something, whether it'll be gold or silver or copper, or just depends on the rock you're chasing.
Sorry, folks.
And once you start
Been
to
up early.
understand an area, sometimes you can follow a strike line from mine to mine to mine. You can fit a big area into one pattern.
Smoking, I have a feeling. Yeah, first of all, your electric wheelchair is going to provide some interference that'll decrease your sensitivity to some extent, but also what I found metal detecting is when you got a target, you got to stop, you got to sweep back and forth, and I don't think just cruising along is going to do very well sweeping targets like that.
Well, there is that German metal detector they make where you can also do blanketing and gives you some depth. It's not a cheap detector. I can't even think of the name of it off the top of my head, but there is a detector made in Germany that's pretty damn interesting.
So they say.
Well, and I think with, like you say, with a wheelchair being you got so much metal in that, I think that German one would probably work.
I don't know. I know one thing that my very limited experience with metal detectors is they never tell you the bad points of the detector when they're trying to sell it to you. You know, for example, my brother bought a MindLab GPX 5000, and which, by the way, I can sell it to you at a really good price. But it's got a backpack you have to have on. It's complex to operate and to balance and this and that and the other.
Paul's got a pretty good question there. Not in gold countries, looking at silver colored stuff.
I'm not sure. I mean, you can always take it to a lab and say, what the heck is that stuff? I mean, that's what we just did with our solutions to see what else is in it. And
that's a good answer, Jim. Yeah, if he's compelling it, yeah, take it to a jeweler and have him tell you the values.
Yeah.
That would be a cheaper, faster way because you know a jeweler close by can probably give you some good indication.
What is it?
Silver ore type stuff.
You might also check your local coin shop and see if they have a Sigma tester machine. They're pretty good on nuggets and things. As long as it's not really tiny.
Yeah, or a pawn shop can possibly.
A pawn shop would be my last resort unless it was a local,
Hey, AAA beverages.
long-standing reputation
Right.
and a Sigma tester.
Correct.
how far down south are you? And there's a lot of different ways, depending upon your exact situation. My situation where I'm looking for elements in solution, take it to the lab and have them run a metals analysis on it.
Yeah. No, that or send it off to an assayer and have them assay some of the rock and see what it comes back at to give you an idea.
West Fork, Arkansas, Paul. Okay, Lawrence says an XRF will do that job. An eddy current tester is not, which is a Sigma, is not geared up for elemental analysis. That was kind of my thought, Lawrence. Our local coin shop here has one, and it's like, well, if you've got to tell it roughly what it is you're looking at to start with, it's probably not real smart,
real accurate.
It'll tell you, well, given these choices, this is what it has to be. But
I took a bar that we poured, and they did a drill analysis and assayed it, and the certified assay was 96%.
mm-hmm.
Okay, I took it to a couple of pawn shops and that to see what would happen.
Yeah,
and every damn one of them was like, oh, it's only 20 karat or only 22. It was around 90.
mm-hmm.
you know, and it's like, okay, so that's not real accurate in the fact that I have a certified assay of that bar that was at 960.
Yeah.
You know, just a Dore bar.
Well, you also run into the possibility that perhaps they'd prefer that it was.
Well, of course.
Undershooting
Oh
a
yeah.
little.
Oh yeah. They will. Yeah, that's how they win. But
It's very much situation dependent, Shaggy. I mean, different things separate different. For example, if you got gold and silver, nitric acid does a great job,
separating, yeah.
but other stuff, not so much, you know. So,
Does anybody know about steel and nitric acid?
yeah,
Our cute little mystery.
quick question here, Chris. We're finding something in the sluice concentrates that I'm panning out. It has, was it just the gold colored stuff or was it the other?
The
silver too.
silvery stuff too.
Okay, gold and
it's
silver.
Magnetic.
It's magnetic, but it's not reacting much, if all, with the nitric acid. Do you know if alloy steel, like from the crushers, shows much reaction to nitric? It did turn black though, didn't it?
Yeah, it did turn black, but it didn't fizz, it didn't bubble, it didn't
Okay.
disintegrate.
Well,
Magnetite?
Is
Are you
is
hitting magnetite in there?
oh, this is shiny stuff. I
Oh,
mean, you
it's-
you
oh,
can see
it's
it's
so- oh,
it's
okay.
been malleable and
Okay.
stuff. So my guess is the nitric acid is reacting with steel
Trampling
and leaving a black. Probably passivates quickly. That was my thought, because it definitely turns black from shiny silvery color.
And the funny gold brassy color ones turned black too.
Yeah. The brassy ones, I think those probably came from the jaw crusher, where you've got a piece of quartz being jammed into that jaw plate and just literally gouging out something, generating a lot of intense local heat and getting what looks like an anodized finish sort of thing on there. But they were definitely magnetic. I mean, they were highly magnetic, so that's why I presume tramp iron.
Another quick one is a lot of XRFs and a lot of machine shops nowadays have XRFs. So that's something to keep in mind if you just need a quick reading on something or you're looking just to see what the numbers are. Any machine shop around, a lot of them now are checking their metals because they've had some Chinese metals that aren't what they're supposed to be for machining. And if there's certain parameters they have to stay within on a quality of metal that they're machining for a specific part, they're now having XRFs in the shop that they can check the metals when they come in.
Are you trying to say that Chinese
Yeah.
suppliers are not necessarily delivering to specification?
I get that, Jim, but the XRF can at least give you some indications. I know that, yeah, the calibration is going to be quite different for, something with certain level of nickel and titanium or something that they're actually looking at.
It's gonna be a long couple of weeks.
Especially at 100 degrees tomorrow.
Well, I will say this: Eva's boys are good young men,
And they're going to
and
help.
they're reasonably easy. No, they're reasonably easy to get along with
Yeah.
too.
Well, that's fine.
So it's I'm not anticipating anything negative there, but it's just a lot of business. I mean, I've got a lot of stuff to do and this and that and the other. Hell, her youngest son used to work in an assay lab for a year.
Oh, that's cool.
You know. So that could be interesting. I know Eva's dying to show him her Ghetto Fabulous lab.
Yeah.
I got to check with the boss to make sure that's okay. I don't anticipate a problem, but it's not my call.
Well, you got to ask.
That's right, man.
You got to ask.
Oh. Anyhow, I haven't even had a chance to talk to him really since we got back. Been so busy.
According to Chris, nitric, being a strong oxidizer, will very quickly passivate many metals with a non-reactive oxide layer.
Cool.
Yeah, well, Rock will probably be, well, we'll
Be in
certainly
the
be
field.
back Thursday night unless catastrophe happens, because her sons are going to be here Friday midday, and even hell and high water would have a tough time keeping her from
Yeah.
seeing them. Yeah, he says you often have to dilute it to get it to react. Okay.
Well,
Yeah.
we started with dilute nitric. We started with
And we
dilute
started with
nitric.
parting acid.
Yeah.
But again, you were looking for fizzing, and sometimes you don't get fizzing. You just get a reaction. It was definitely black. It had done something to it. If it was gold, it would still be yellow.
True
Yeah.
enough.
Pretty much.
Yep, true enough.
So anyhow, I didn't have a chance to do that at the time, Rock. I understand exactly. We have the setup, but we just didn't have the time at that time. Haven't seen any more of those hollow spheres that look like beat up gold flakes or anything yet. Hey, Jimmy.
Hey, Jimmy.
Mining hard, getting a lot of gold. Not right now. We're still high up near surface. The assays indicate we're still probably in the surface depleted zone, but we should be getting down into some richer stuff here pretty quickly. The vein is opening up a bit in terms of size, and the old miners definitely decided they liked that better. Just below right above the layer that I'm at, but further into the mountain a little bit. You know, as we're going down now, right next to me is like, yeah, it's opening up right there.
Yeah.
You know.
So they found it at that point.
Yeah. What do you think I'll find in fresh magma? Serious danger if it's still magma. If it's lava, that's a different story. But magma, by definition, is still molten. Okay? So in fresh lava, I don't know. And Chris seems to agree with me.
I'm going to agree with Rock Butcher on that one.
Yeah,
These guys, I don't know how they found some of this stuff, but they did it.
They were limited technologically, but they were motivated
Yeah,
to succeed.
Yeah, they needed to make it work.
And they were just as smart as we are. And in many cases, I think, had much sharper mental process because they had to.
Well, you take it to that level. Exactly. They didn't have any other choice, and they probably had very few people to actually talk to. You know, not that they couldn't get a book, but they didn't have, with this kind of communication like we do here, we have these people all over that we can ask.
Well, not only that, but what I'm saying is they had to do stuff under, just living back then was dangerous.
Yeah.
Danger could come at you from any direction in many different ways. You had to be sharp to be out in reality instead of in a fairly controlled environment, like some of the safer parts of bigger cities, maybe.
Yeah.
But yeah. And, well, John, at least Eva's safe. But I'd say that's one of those things that I think they were especially compared to the youngsters nowadays. Those guys are idiots.
Well, and some of these guys, their lifespan wasn't as long as ours either. So, a lot of those guys that were actually really smart were freaking dead at 50 or 55 years old.
Yeah. Yeah. No,
Wow.
Eva was talking to somebody recently on the internet. Said his girlfriend, or a female friend rather, he explained to her, well, the price of everything is going up, among other things, because the price of fuel is going up and everything has to be transported.
Right.
She says, but they don't put any more fuel in the trucks. Why would it be more expensive?
The cost.
That was beyond her mathematical abilities.
It was his cousin. He is now mourning the genetics in his family.
Yeah.
Lawrence, how about steel? What would you expect steel to look like in nitric? What's the parting acid? What's the ratio? 7-to-1?
Yeah, it's a specific gravity of around 1.07.
Yeah, about 7-to-1 nitric all the way up to concentrated nitric.
There were still some silver parts in there, too.
Lawrence says steel passivates. Okay, that's probably what it is. I mean, everything else says steel to me.
Yeah, I
You
mean,
know?
I don't disagree. I just found it interesting. I haven't had a chance to go through and test everything.
Okay, Lawrence, I would agree. I don't see anything to get excited about at this point. I think it was just tramp iron from the grinding process.
Yeah,
It's kind of nice to see where the larger particles stop in the sluice.
Bear.
When you don't see any
Lawrence
at the
is
bottom,
that dude I was
but only
telling
at the
you
top.
about.
It's a good sign.
Yep.
Yes,
Lawrence
I
is
know,
that
little
dude I
one.
was
You told
telling
me
you about.
before. I actually remembered it. Not trying to be mean. I mean, she's got good reason to remind me of things.
Yeah, he has a mind like a steel colander, people. It's amazing.
Good night, David.
Robert Shrewsbury. Dowsing.
Yeah, I did not see that one either.
Yeah, I
I'll
didn't
have to
see
go
that.
look for it. I don't always watch Terry
Oh.
Carter's channel, but I try to once in a while.
I know he sent me some stuff, but I didn't see what I thought was a dowsing video. It's the holes are getting bigger, Rock. You know. Well, rusty at least.
Yeah. Yeah.
No, yeah, I've got an appointment with the doctor, Tuesday?
Yep.
To get some testing done. I had some baseline stuff done years ago, but Eva has been very patient recently. Most other people never see it, but I've been very short-tempered at stuff. Sometimes at her, although I don't yell at her. I have raised my voice at her. This is not
He has
appropriate.
always been a hairy bear. He is now a scary bear.
Yeah, but I say it's my memory isn't what it used to be in this and that. But I say I need to get some and weird feeling in my arm last couple of weeks. I had it a couple of years ago. When I first came up here, went into the hospital because I've had a stroke before, and it started with something like that.
Right.
They said, no, not having a stroke, no problem. And it's been the same. And then it was the other arm this week, and it's like, okay, I need to get some testing done. You know, I'm not sure what's going on here, but it ain't cool.
Try some B vitamins.
Done that too.
Do it. All right.
She gives me multivitamins, and this is like loaded with B's, I believe.
I'd get
You
just
may actually be getting too much B5, by the way. I'll have
I would
to check
get
that
a
thing.
super B vitamin and take it.
So, I don't know.
Just B.
Well, too much B5 can cause neurological symptoms. So
Yeah, I
I'm
say.
going to reread this. You may have to stop taking these.
So I say I'm gonna.
We're gonna do a little video on dowsing one day. We just have to.
I tried.
Because I've used it for trying to find the limitations of the gold bearing grounds, and I've actually had pretty good luck using dowsing. And I don't say it's the end all be all, but it gives me an idea of what kind of area I'm looking at on the surface.
Yeah, Lars. With me, it was a generator and
a number of other things. But yeah,
And we had that hailstorm the other day, which was cool.
not allowed popcorn. Way too many carbs.
No carbs.
Yep.
Carbs bad.
Apparently, Rock has seen it too. I'd love to see it where I can sit and go, "That's real." I can see that's real right there.
I've seen water witches.
Well, yeah, I had a guy witch a well for me one time, and he told me the depth and everything, and I'll be damned when we punched it in there if he wasn't right on target.
Yeah. So anyhow, say we shall see what we shall see. But I got to get up at 7 in the
Yeah,
morning.
I got to do the same thing. It's going to be a long day tomorrow
Well,
in the heat.
if it hadn't rained on Saturday, today would have been the preparation day. As it is, we haven't done our usual preparations. I'm going to have to get up early, make the, where's my list of stuff here? Nope. Okay, make a new list. I need to make the French toast, bank deposit, and then pick up equipment at the ranch. And then I got equipment here
Thanks for being here, Rock.
and everything. Rock wants me to kiss your toe better again. I think that would tickle her too much. I mean, literally. I don't think she would like that.
Shave first. My toes are not ticklish.
Okay.
And again, guys, thanks for all being here, and thanks for the thumbs up and everything. And
Yeah.
bring your questions on Monday nights, and hopefully we can come up with answers.
Okay. Alrighty, Paul. Hopefully we can find that video there. I got it written down here. But it has been incredibly busy and frustrating. I say Saturday just got rained out, and that just screwed everything
Yeah,
up.
those
Today should have been an
thunderstorms.
easy day. Instead, I was up at 7, out of the house at 8, grinding ore by 9 after getting the special drill bit I needed to drill a hole in that
Yeah.
generator. And oh man. Oh, you can forget the beer. You can give it to him. Oh, well, you guys take care. Do we have any last questions from anyone before we call it a night? It's been fun, and Goldstream, that was hilarious.
Yeah.
So hopefully you sent.
Yeah, I'm sure he did, or he will anyway.
Let's see what we got here.
Box.
There's one from Lawrence.
And if anybody
And-
wants the information on the website for that author, just email Bear and we'll get it to you.
I guess you're in Grand Prairie, Alberta, Canada.
That would be it. There we go.
We'll do the extra name.
Yep.
Yeah, you're
Yep, we got it.
you're in
Goldstream,
Alberta,
so,
right?
yep.
Goldstream. Yeah, we got that video with the
Yep.
address.
Email, yeah.
I will forward it to Jim right now, since it's his book. Forward to. Give me a break. There you go.
All right.
Okay.
We'll get that
Sent
off
to
to you
Jim.
here in the next day or two. And
And thank you for bringing that. That was way cool.
It just I happened to run into Reese up there, and I know him, and
I was reading the contents. It
He's-
looked interesting.
it's a good book. It's very well done. It's very understandable, and he brings up some very good theories and points in there that you won't find somewhere else.
Oh, I need to get a copy. Hey, Goldstream. Whatever. I think it was just because you were the highest one,
high number.
and it was higher
It was
than.
a good number.
Can you believe that? 8 heads,
Yeah.
man. All righty. Well, we're gonna call it a night here. It's been fun, and glad to have Jim back, and
Yeah.
glad to see Lauren, and now I can
Yeah, and
set that.
I've been kind
generator.
of over time here. I have been working on a video of someone doing just this with face, working at a face. And it's probably going to take me some more time because I want to try to get out to a couple more mines where they're actually working with some open material. And eventually I'm going to have a video mainly on this, because I think that will
Cool.
be very, very, a good presentation of, what to pay attention to and why are you paying attention to it.
Yep. All righty.
Thanks everybody for another good night.
Happy prospecting and keep it safe out there. Bear's tired.